Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by Tracy Shuchart, our Senior Economist and Prediction Market Expert, and Craig Shapiro, Senior Macro Strategist, and the one and only Pip Czar Blake Morrow. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone's
Morning,
weekend
all.
was good?
Excellent.
Awesome. Well, I woke up this morning and markets were kind of on the dull side, I must say. Must have been a slow news weekend, maybe. I don't know. Shai, what's going on?
All right. Well, sad. Alan Greenspan has passed away at 100. We found out just this morning. And Keir Starmer in the UK has stepped down. That is for your side note news. Moving on. So we had a crazy weekend with. We had, why did I just hear myself? Sorry. We had a crazy weekend, of course, with the Iran talks. At one point, Iran said they had closed down the strait. Then they said that they didn't. So Iran did say there had been major progress and all-night discussions last night with the U.S. as the warring sides tried to reach a peace deal within 2 months. The countries began technical talks in the Swiss resort of Bergenstock over the weekend, following their interim agreement last week. Plenty of obstacles remain, however, including Israel's war in Lebanon against Hezbollah and Iran-backed militant group. At one stage on Sunday, Iran said that they would suspend talks, but they never actually did. And then Trump threatened military action against them over its funding of proxy groups in the Middle East. So a lot of going back and forth. We did have crude open gap up overnight, but has since paired gains after those late night discussions. Vance was on the wires this morning. He said, we have set up a mechanism for keeping Hormuz open. And said that talks with Iran were very good and a lot of good progress. Would not expect him to say much more. I'd just like to note that all of the traffic currently going through the strait is mostly just Iranian oil and not other oil. And we still have a giant bulk carrier issue. No bulk carriers, that includes things like fertilizer, have been able to cross the strait so far, just LNG and oil tankers. Moving on to the gold market. China's numbers came out. China's monthly gold imports reached their highest in more than 2 years in May, showing the world's biggest buyers' appetite for bullion remain resilient. Imports were around 163 tons last month, the highest since March 2024. Volumes for the first 5 months of 2026 were 692 tons, up about 76% from a year earlier. We also have Hong Kong right now pulling in gold bars ahead of their clearing launch. They're trying to secure kind of the first mover advantage in a push to become Asia's preeminent hub for bullion trading. Last week, we did have Singapore announce its own plans to launch a clearing mechanism by the end of the year. Both cities are aiming to capitalize on strong demand in Asia, where many investors still remain bullish about long-term prospects for the precious metal as an alternative store of wealth. We do have PCE and core PCE this week, that is Fed's favorite gauge, showing inflation that is supposed to show that it's supposed to show higher inflation both on a monthly and year-to-year basis in May, which may reinforce the need for interest rate hikes. We do have U.S. Treasuries pressured this morning. They could be in lay-in-wait mode for that number. We'll see. And then we have kind of these trade wars ratcheting up again a little bit, with China targeting U.S. rare earth firms in response to the Pentagon list. Now, the Pentagon made a list of China firms that were blacklisted. So effective immediately, China's designation prohibits 8 U.S. companies from access to items that can be used for both commercial and military purpose in the form of rare earths. It also bans organizations and individuals from around the world from transferring them or providing them with dual-use items originating in China, effectively extending the scope of export controls beyond the China borders. Again, they were 8 companies. 2 big companies were, of course, MP Materials and U.S. Rare Earths, which both have received funds from the U.S. government. We have Micron reporting after the bell on Wednesday, and a 2, 5, and 7-year auction this week. As far as data is concerned today, we have absolutely nothing on the docket, so quiet data day.
Wow. Well, there's still a lot of stuff going on, Shai. Thanks for that. I wanted to talk about, because you mentioned Starmer, and we're going to talk with Blake in a second about the British pound, but in general, Craig, what's going on with the U.S. dollar?
Well, we had the Fed meeting last week, and Warsh came out, I guess, a bit more hawkish than people were thinking, or at least the shift in the committee was a bit more hawkish than I think folks were anticipating, and he didn't really do much to push back against that direction. He didn't really give much as far as where he really thinks about the economy right now or monetary policy, but he did acknowledge that there are that at least half the Fed is looking for at least 1 rate hike by the end of the year, and 6 of the 18 members are looking for 2 or more rate hikes. So that really propelled the dollar much stronger towards the tail end of the week, and we saw the front end of the bond market really sell off, with yields moving higher, short-term interest rates pricing in north of a 30% chance of a hike at the next meeting in July. So this is the type of dynamic where the dollar really positively reacted to that surprise. The inflation data has continued to come in stronger than expected. The core PCE estimates for the Fed were bumped up materially, and so we'll get another reading of that later this week. Looking for 0.3% month on month. If that comes in hotter than expected, then the drum beats of Fed watchers are going to be looking possibly for the odds of that July hike to move up to north of 50%. So I think that's what the currency markets are noting. As Shai mentioned, no data today, but Fed Governor Waller does speak this morning at 9 a.m. And so we've seen him as kind of been an instrumental part of the Fed's narrative over countless quarters over the past few years, and his more recent shift from being dovish to being more hawkish, I think, was interesting. And so getting an update from him on kind of how he thinks about the last meeting and where he actually sits, if he comes out as one of the dots that's looking for a hike, I think that would be quite interesting for the momentum of the Fed, and probably would continue to propel the dollar materially higher as we push through the week. So I think the currency markets are certainly reacting to to that dynamic from the Fed last week.
I guess Warsh can't keep these guys quiet after all, so we'll get some more commentary going forward. Hey, so let's drill down a little bit, Blake. So Starmer's out, and this has been going on for a while. This was been in the works for a while. It's not a total surprise. Maybe the timing is to you. I don't know. Anything in the British pound moving?
Well, actually, we've seen a recovery in the sterling, and so a lot of it is, sell the rumor, buy the news this morning. So now that, as I was actually saying this last night, as the headlines were kind of, coming across, and I was saying this. I'm sorry, in our community, I should be a little bit more clear. I was saying this just because I was on my way to bed. People were like, "Wow, sterling's so strong right now," and I'm like, a lot of this is just. Markets hate uncertainty. You guys know how it is. And so when you now know, okay, Starmer's out, Berman's in, it's probably going to be in the transition is going to take place between now and September. Now you're getting the sterling recovering. And that shouldn't be a surprise, because just markets, just in general, whether it's currencies or any other market, they just don't like uncertainty. And once you get certainty, then the markets can, get a little bit of stability or recover. And that's truly the case right now. I don't know if Berman's really going to be the better choice. This is our 7th prime minister in 10 years. Can you imagine if we went through presidents like that, like in the United States? I mean, I know we obviously we have elections every four years, but could you imagine if we went through 10 presidents since what year are we in? Since 2016? It'd be crazy, right? The leadership, if it changed like that. But that's what the UK is faced with right now. So sterling is recovering a little bit, and that's pretty much it. But going back to what Craig just said about the Fed, one of the things that I think and I wanted to point this out because I think it's pretty important. The dollar recovery, the strength that we saw, I think, was just a matter of positioning. When the new Fed chair, when Kevin Warsh, he got his moment in the sun. He got to jump on the mic and do his press conference. He had the ability at that moment to really push back a little bit on some of the hawkish undertones from the dot plots and the members that actually made those adjustments, and he didn't. And that's what I think caught the dollar off kilter. Same with the markets too. We could see the markets actually responded across the board, whether you're talking about yields on the lower end of the curve, or the dollar, or the S&P at that point, and gold. All of that was a reaction function just from the Fed chair not really pushing back, where everybody's like, well, he should have come out and should have been a little bit more dovish, you would have thought, and he wasn't. And so that's what I think really pushed the dollar over the edge, on Wednesday, Thursday, if you will. So anyway, currency market's pretty interesting right now. I think everything's ready to move one way or the other, and I think we're looking to explode here soon. So.
Yeah, I just find it curious, and Yo Mama in the chat, brings up a good point. Deli and Kane were, in the UK, in London over the weekend, and then Starmer resigns. I don't know what the correlation is there, but Yo Mama, you might be up to something there. So Shai, you mentioned gold. Gold's trying to fight back today, still kind of in the doldrums though overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's a function of yields, unfortunately. And so when you have possible rate hikes on the table, perhaps a more hawkish Fed, and yields moving higher, that's going to put the kibosh on gold a little bit. So struggling this morning, we have yields higher, bonds down, 10-year down. So it's really, gold does not like rate hikes. It likes a easing environment. They like rate cuts. When we were all talking about how many rate cuts we were going to have this year, we did see that chart start to go parabolic as soon as it started backing off, and then we started talking possible hikes again, then we saw that market get a little skittish. So again, it's a function of yields.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, both bonds and gold are, they're not this flight to safety, it seems like. It just seems like they're marching to the tune of their own drummer at this point, other than the interest rate story.
Look, the flight to safety is Micron, SanDisk, semis, AI CapEx trade. Look, we've seen this, consistently over the course of the last, several quarters, where investors flock to a narrative and all the capital flows in that direction, and it goes and goes and goes until it stops. And, we saw that kind of late last year with some of the rare earth stuff and uranium stuff. We obviously saw it in December and January with the move into precious metals. We briefly saw a move into the oil markets at the dawn of war, and now we're obviously seeing all the capital really move into the AI CapEx related names, the upstream names, the memory stuff, the DRAM stuff, the Korean names, any of the real upstream parts of the hyperscaler CapEx build out here is attracting, more and more of the capital. And any and all other stories are really kind of falling by the wayside here. And so we'll see how long this lasts. But I think the Fed action last week was instrumental, was kind of narrative shifting. The removal of forward guidance is going to start to elevate the level of volatility in the fixed income markets from, years of being in the doldrums, right? If the Fed's going to go into meetings now with 50-50 chances of rate hikes versus no action, or rate cuts versus no action, versus the, historical under the Powell Fed, basically 100% chance of delivering exactly what the market wants, then we're going to be in for a regime shift here on the volatility side. And that suppression of volatility that we've seen has really helped levitate financial assets and financial markets for quite some time. If we start to remove that, we're going to get a little bit more two-way trading, more range trading in the FX markets, in rates markets, and eventually that's going to filter back into equity markets. Obviously, last week we had very supportive flows from the options buyback and expiry. This week, we're at it's kind of cyclical low for dealer gamma positions. Still in a positive gamma regime here, but folks are long, and as we push through the week, we start to lose the share buyback bid. At the end of the month, there's talk of kind of a record pension rebalance for sale out of equities back into bonds that we're going to have to deal with. It's the exact opposite of the dynamic in place at the end of March, where we saw a record to buy pension rebalance into equities. So some of those flows are going to start moving in a negative direction. We lose the share buybacks as well. We've obviously talked about the IPO calendar that's going to be coming probably potentially in July and August with Anthropic and OpenAI. So things are shifting here in the flows world. And so with the dollar up and yields up, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for equities to continue to plow higher. But so far on the Monday morning, folks got to get involved and get their calls back in here and get ready for the Micron earnings after the close on Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, NASDAQ futures right now are within a couple hundred points of all-time highs again. Blake, what are you thinking here? Are we going to easily just crush this?
I mean, I think so. I mean, look, we got JD Vance. He's out there doing victory laps this morning about the whole Iranian situation. So I don't see why and how we don't just break into new all-time highs. Although I still think that we've gone really far in such a short period of time. But again, here's the market, climbing the wall of worry. I would have thought, okay, well, we got this, memorandum of understanding. A lot of big events have passed us this last week. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of, selling pressure coming into the markets, but we're still dealing with Iran, and we're still dealing with this, the agreements, being agreed to, I guess. And the markets they're gonna climb that wall of worry until there is some sort of a resolution to this whole situation. So maybe Tracy has a little bit better clue here, because I look at crude oil, and crude oil is under pressure once again today after bouncing off the 200 DMA as we've been talking about last week. It did it, but we quickly gave that up today. So Trace, what do you think here?
I think you're still going to be subject to headline risk. I don't necessarily trust this market. I don't trust the players involved. Let's put it that way. I don't trust the players involved, especially any of the players that are in that current agreement. We're still subject to, Trump getting upset and saying he's calling off the deal. We're still subject to, what may or may not happen in Lebanon. As you know, Hezbollah is funded by Iran. So that's always a wild card. So, anything can happen at this point. The strait is still effectively closed. I mean, we had the most ships that went through on Friday, which was 21. That compares to the normal 130 a day. Now that is back down, and most of those ships traveling are Iranian vessels. So that's not even other vessels. I mean, we are seeing some more traffic through, but again, only for LNG and for oil. We're not seeing those bulk of vessels traversing the strait right now too, which affects, a whole bunch of other commodities, particularly fertilizer. And so, those issues still persist. Traffic is not going to go back to normal. Iran already said that. And so, I think crude's kind of higher for longer, range bound for right now.
So Shai, let's keep on the crude. August crude right now we're down over 2% so far in this session. We're tracking 74, 80-ish, give or take a couple of ticks right now. We got that wartime gap that starts at 69.20. I mean, are we shooting for this gap regardless?
I personally do not think so. I don't think it'll make it down there. This trip could be perhaps later, but, we still have gaps above as well. Because we've gapped a couple of times up and then have, gapped down. So there's gaps all over this chart, to be honest with you. So I think we're kind of range bound right now, to in that. I think that where before we had 55 to 65 was the normal all of last year, basically, this new normal is looking more like 70 to 80. And again, I still think we're going to have some issues this summer as soon as we have summer demand starting to pick up, and we have had a lot of countries saying they are restocking right away. They're not taking any chances. So that's going to be even more demand. So we'll see. But, again, we are trading higher, which I've kept saying. I think it's, higher for longer, and we kind of have a new norm right now that's in the $70 to $80 range.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, how is this, on the headline inflation numbers that we've seen that are coming up over the next few weeks, how is this is this heavy on these numbers or not yet? The energy.
Yeah, not yet. We'll see. The numbers out later this week for core PCE. Market's looking for 0.3% core and 3.4% year on year, and headline is 0.5% and 4.1% for year on year. And so that is dealing with the elevated energy environment that we saw kind of earlier. And so as we start to see oil prices fall, I think that'll start to show up, let's say, in probably not the next CPI, probably in the one after that, probably the August CPI. And so, Fed's kind of in a little bit of a weird spot, right? They just upgraded their assessment for inflation right as the oil markets are starting to roll back over again. And obviously the dots that were submitted last week kind of came before the big move down in oil that we saw last week. But there's other things that are going on in the inflation world that are kind of away from just oil specifically, particularly in the tech chain, right? I mean, you saw Apple raising prices last week pretty materially on back of the increased costs in memory and DRAM. And so we're starting to see the AI CapEx build-out trade is moving through from an inflationary perspective into the rest of the economy as well. And so it's not just oil here that's causing the inflation. And as long as the strait remains under some duress and it becomes harder to, you really go back to normal, supply chains are going to remain elongated. Transport costs are very elevated. It's going to be very difficult for the Fed to actually get inflation back down to target without probably putting in a hike or two, at some point this year. So and that's why half the committee is moving in that direction. And, and a third of the committee is looking for 2 or more hikes. And so, and out this morning, Bank of America has moved their expectation for rate hikes from nothing for this year to 3 hikes this year, looking for hikes in September, then October, and then December. So for a big investment bank like BAML to go and kind of endorse a hiking agenda, I think is pretty interesting. And that's part of the reason why bonds and fixed income is a little bit soft this morning and probably helping the dollar out as well.
Yeah, Blake, what does 3 hikes do to the currency markets this year?
Well, I mean, expectations have been so suppressed. I mean, I was just looking at some, probability tools, and we're looking at, nearing 100% probability for the September meeting, and a couple more hikes, and you're going to see the dollar rip. I mean, the dollar index is trying to really break above the we call it the 38% Fibonacci level, which is kind of a basing pattern, and it looks like we might make our way to 107 over time, and that's going to be I don't know. I think it's going to put some downside pressure on risk assets if you see the dollar really move in that direction. I mean, the dollar is nearing some pretty key resistance, but throw a couple more rate hike expectations out there, and the dollar is going to be firing on all cylinders. And as we were discussing yesterday on the Sunday Open, there are reasons that the dollar goes higher, whether it's economic data, sometimes it's liquidity issues, and it isn't always a good thing. And this is one of those situations where I think when you see the dollar move in line with rate hike expectations, that might put a lot more upside pressure on the dollar, which is going to be a headwind for risk assets moving forward.
Yeah, awesome stuff, Blake. Be sure you follow Blake, everybody. Pipzar on X. Some good stuff there, along with Forex Analytics. Last thoughts, Craig. Me and Shai got some work to do after this, but give us your last thoughts going into today.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a relatively quiet day. Keep an eye out for this Waller speech at 9 a.m. to see if he's moved, in a further direction on rates. But it's a Monday. It's zero data expiry day for Mag 7. Micron earnings later this week. I mean, expect the call buying to likely continue. But remember that we are through the most supportive period for flows. the window of potential weakness has reopened. And so, we'll see. If the dollar continues to rally and yields continue to push higher, I think it's going to be harder for equities to really break away here. But the idiosyncratic, single stock momentum on the call buying for the AI CapEx trade is very robust. And so still hard to fade it.
Very, very awesome. Well, Craig, I'll talk to you later today. Thank you so much for this morning. Blake, same to you. Have a great day, and I'll talk to you soon. I think it's time for a quick edge report. All right, let's continue the conversation here with crude oil. We're below that September 17th swing low, and that is, in my humble opinion, that is resistance up here. That's a 78.6% plus retracement back to the downside. Today we have a pretty substantial red candle. It is a bearish engulfing candle right now. I'm seeing if we could target this this war gap. Tracy said no way, but I have it on the chart anyway. We'll keep it there. We'll keep an eye on it. Right now, RSI is in the basement almost. It's almost at 30, right? It's just scraping along. It could stay oversold for a long period of time, so don't right into that too much. Intraday, we do have some really good targets, though. We kind of lost VWAP, session VWAP, volume weighted average price, in the rear view mirror right after the Asian Open. Pretty big, substantial benchmark candle here that happened 9 to 9:30 last night on the Sunday Open. Nice volume profile here, though. The bottom part of the volume profile, that's where all the action is. Nice point of control right here, right at 75.32. We're trading below that right now. We're breaking through that 0 DTE call resistance. We're breaking through that 0 DTE high vol level, heading toward S2 as a target, 74.30 should this thing continue. We do have MenthorQ's one-day min a little bit further there, and that one-day min is at 73.36. 0 DTE put support at 73, and then S3, which is rare when we get to S3, but you never know. It's on my chart, 72.50. Should things turn around, we do have to kind of conquer that VWAP right now, that session VWAP anyway, but we do have the pivot right above it. 76.10 is a potential target. Previous session's highs are only right here, 76.79, and then we have JAX 2, R1, R2, and then one-day max all the way up here at around 78.35. So those are the levels that we're going to think about today. Right now, I'm in favor of the bears. Look at that London initial balance. We're below that. We did have a double break, though, of that balance. So if you're checking that MenthorQ, that edge full stuff, that's where you'd find that. Let's pivot back over to NASI, though, really quickly here. Again, all-time highs are within reach. Maybe before I'm done talking, we're at 38.10. This wick, this peak high, I know it's intraday peak high, but 975 and a half. So it looks like it's trying to drive up there. We're above that June open by a decent amount. That's at 415. Those VWAP bands are starting to slow down the roll a little bit, but still arcing up. That's that first standard deviation band, or +1, as Stowe called it last Thursday on Develop Your Edge. And if you haven't seen that, it is recorded. You can go back to the channel and watch it. It's very awesome. Stowe is great with his VWAP bands and volume profile. Let's go intraday here. RSI is not helping us. Intraday for the NASDAQ, again, boom, bumping up against R1. It's part of the daily pivot study. Above that, we have R2 at 39.84, and we have that JAX1 at 31,000, kind of a psychological level above that JAX2. And that one-day min from MenthorQ is all the way up to 31,193. Now, we've done about 80% of the 30-day period average range today. So we've done a lot of work so far today, but there's still room to grow. Again, that benchmark candle right after the Asian Open. In the opposite direction, we sold off during the initial balance of the Asian Open, and then boom, abruptly turned around big time. Probably a news event at that point. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention at that particular time. Let's just take a look at gold really quickly here. And we'll just stick with that intraday chart right now in gold once that data populates. But again, after the Asian, you could see that in Asian initial balance, boom, explosion to the upside right now. We're right against previous session's highs. That is acting as resistance, 42.31.4. And then above that, we have JAX1 at 42.50. And then JAX2 is pretty tight right next to it, 42.95. On the downside, I'd keep an eye on that 0 DTE. Put support at 42 even if we do break through that VWAP, of course. And then the one-day min, as odd as it sounds, it's not at the bottom of the chart, but it's at 41.85. That's the expected range based on MenthorQ's calculation. The pivot is below that a little bit. And then Previous session's lows, should this thing break bad, 41.38, and then S1 at 41.30. Just to take a peek real quickly at that daily chart here. There's an equal and opposite candle so far from a body point of view based on last session. But again, we're trying to get back up to that yearly open. We're below the yearly open at 43.40. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to Shy. Tracy.
Hey there.
Man, oh man. Hey there. We got quite a lineup today. Let's talk about that because we've got some special guests and some traders today. We have joining us as our special guest, Chief Investment Strategist of Hightower Advisors, Stephanie Link. We're going to meet her in a minute. We have Vincent Desiano with us after that, and then for Tape Talk, and then Lumi, also known as Dasha, and Salma going to be trading the open. They'll be joined by Stowe and Jack. And then this afternoon, Joey, XYZ, and Nick. So we have a full day scheduled today. So Shai, tell us about Stephanie.
All right. So she is Chief Investment Strategist, as you said, at Hightower Advisors. Always love talking to her. So excited to talk to her about the markets.
Let's get her in here.
Hi, guys.
Hey, good morning. Nice to meet you, Stephanie.
Nice to meet you, too. It's great to be here.
Hey,
Great to
Stephanie.
see you.
All right,
Gotcha.
so let's talk about the big thing, right? We had Warsh come in. It was his first meeting, his first presser last week. Kind of took markets a little bit by surprise. It was more hawkish than intended and addressed kind of the forward guidance issue and obviously does not want the Fed to be as transparent as they have been. And now the market is pushing up rate hike expectations all the way almost 100% in September now. So what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Warsh? And are we actually going to get a hike, which was unheard of, just earlier this year?
I know it's just been such an amazing year in so many ways. We've had so much to deal with, and yet this market is resilient. On Warsh, first and foremost, he's a genius. I've heard from Gary Cohn, he was the former CEO of Goldman Sachs, that Warsh was in the room in 2008. And he was very instrumental in getting us through the great financial crisis. So he brings a lot of credibility from just from day one. And I thought, yeah, he was a little more hawkish. But to be honest, Tracy, I really wanted him and to focus on the transparency thing. Like, I am tired of hearing from the Fed governors every other day with mixed messages. It's very, very confusing. And we do this for a living. So can you imagine just the regular person who's hearing these kinds of comments, and they're contradictory, they're inconsistent. And so I like the fact that he's going to bring that down a little bit. And I think he's really going to be focused, sounds like he's really focused on getting inflation down. He said that the prior Fed team, they missed the inflation expectations for 5 years. And so that's going to be his focus. And I think it's important. You guys were talking about the oil markets, and we're down 33% from the highs in crude, and that's going to help a lot in terms of inflation. All that being said, though, pre-war, we were still running at 2.8% inflation, and I think a lot of that is because the economy is stronger than expected, which is a good thing, and B, I believe in the short term, this AI and the food chain of AI, data centers, grid, power, et cetera, all of those industries are being positively impacted, but we're short everything. We're short memory, we're short compute, we're short copper, we're short aluminum, so et cetera. So I think that this AI boom is also contributing to a little bit higher inflation. Now, eventually it will help on the productivity side, but we just have to get through that. So if the Fed does hike, I don't see it, to be honest. If they do hike, I think the economy can handle it. The consumer is resilient, personal income is stable, the weekly claims are actually very historically low. So you add all of that together, and I do think that the earnings picture is very sound, and I think the markets can grind higher into the end of the year.
So Stephanie, are we back? Are we back to focusing on things like earnings instead of the war and all these other distractions?
I hope so, because earnings are really good. I mean, I've been doing this for 35 years and I've never seen earnings growth at 20 to 25%. And it's not even just earnings, it's revenues are growing low double digits, it's margins that are expanding. Again, you have this whole productivity thing that's happening, and that's really good as well. And so I think we should focus on earnings. And I think when we get tied up into the noise, if you will, about whatever the topic is du jour of the moment, is it war? Is it tariffs? Is it the AI apocalypse in software? Is it private credit?
Yeah.
I mean, I think those are opportunities over the long term to be buying because, again, the earnings picture is really good.
Are we worried at all about the amount of corporate debt that these AI companies are issuing at all?
Oh, 100%. And I would say that the Mag 7 or even the Big Four that are spending and seeing an acceleration of that spend, I don't think that that's going to change anytime soon. It may not be good for those stocks, but it's very good for the food chain. Because the food chain companies, like I mentioned, data center builders, the people and the companies that put the stuff inside the data centers, it's the grid that hasn't been upgraded in over 50 years. 75% of the grid is over 25 years old. It's power. We don't have enough power. All of those industries will benefit and have been benefiting. And I think those are the ones that you want to be buying on the weakness because the CapEx is not going to turn down anytime soon.
Yeah, have you been tracking the home construction and the what's going on with residential purchases lately with these rates? I mean, they're not high to me because I'm old and I've been around and I've had high mortgages before, low mortgages before.
Yeah.
But I see building all over the place here. I'm down in Charleston.
Well, I'll tell you, there's not a lot of building going on in the Northeast. That's where I'm at. Everybody's migrating to where you are. You're very lucky to be in a great spot. Look, I think the interesting thing to me is that we are growing. Land Fed tracker is anywhere from 3.5% in GDP, and we're growing at that level despite the fact that we haven't had a housing cycle. Can you even imagine if we do get a housing cycle? That is that would be such a positive because it's such a multiplier effect, right? So it's been a disappointing part of the economy, no doubt. But I do think that if we could get rates below, you got to get rates to the 5.5 level, right? You got to get the 30-year fixed at that kind of level for you to see demand. We're nowhere near that. And I don't think we're going to get that. That being said, these stocks are extremely attractive. They're very cheap, and these companies are buying back a ton of stock instead of building. And we're still 5 million homes short in the country. So to me, it's not a demand issue. It's pent-up demand, right? I think you have that demand that people want to buy homes, but they're just waiting. So I think that would be another positive for the economy, but we don't need it at this moment in time because we have this AI boom revolution.
Got it.
And I wanted to ask about the energy sector. Obviously, we had energy equities move up when we had higher prices at the start of the war. We have since pulled back, but I've actually been surprised they've been so sanguine given how much power we need for the AI build out. We just had Chevron this morning come out and say they signed a 20-year deal with Microsoft for power. So what are your thoughts on kind of the energy sector at this point?
Well, for sure that we don't have enough power and the energy sector is going to benefit. I personally think natural gas is going to be the winner. The problem with because we have plenty of natural gas, as you know, but we don't have enough pipelines. So we got to build out the pipelines. By the way, that's another sector that's going to benefit from this whole AI boom. So I think the way you want to play the energy sector is maybe more through natural gas, because I think that is going to be the long-term winner. But this is why we're hearing about coal. This is why, we're hearing about renewables and wind, and all sorts of other methods to provide the power. I think the energy sector, the traditional energy sector is going to benefit as well. But we know that those stocks tend to follow the commodity price action. I think SLB is very interesting. I think the technology that they're doing is really underappreciated. And I think that you're going to need to build out this infrastructure, and you're going to need oil services companies. So that's the way I'm playing it.
You know, the NIMBY people are out about the data centers. You know, they're showing up with pitchforks and torches, pushing back here. I probably more so where you're at than where I'm at right now. There's a lot of building going on down here for data centers at this point. What point is there the equilibrium here? Where's it going to be like, all right, this is good?
Well, I will tell you, we have 11,400 data centers in the world. We have 5,400 data centers here in the United States. We need something like 30,000 data centers by 2030 just to meet the current demand. And we all know that it takes 3 years to build a data center. And by the way, it costs about, anywhere from 35 to $40 billion to actually build a data center. And so that's why you're seeing all of these technology companies, just step over themselves in terms of increasing the CapEx demand. And so, yeah, we have some states that are going to be not in my backyard, to your point, but I think those states that will allow it will continue to build out. And so those are going to be the winning states. And I think the industry needs to do a better job at explaining exactly the benefits of having data centers in their states. But I do think in a weird sort of way, Jim, it's like if we have a slower process to build out data centers, that elongates the cycle, in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes absolute sense. Are there any parts of the economy or parts of the market that you are concerned about at all that we should be watching that maybe could soak some more volatility in the equity markets?
Yeah, I mean, I worry about a lot of things. I know I sound very, very bullish, and I am bullish, but I do worry. I worry about a whole bunch of things, especially the geopolitical issues, because we have no control over that. So there's plenty of concerns out there. What I'm watching is, do the cyclicals participate? Do they react? Do we see a broadening out in the overall market? And we are starting to see that. We are also starting to see, we have been seeing all year long, value outperforming growth, which I think is also healthy because we know value has underperformed for so many years. So I just want to see the concentration spread out a little bit. And I'm starting to be encouraged that we're seeing that. But I watch that because I know we can survive and do well and thrive on a narrow market, but it's really healthy to have these other sectors like financials, like consumer discretionary, like housing, parts of tech too, all participate. But by the way, I think financials are probably the cheapest sector in the market right now.
So I don't want to go too deep in the politics here, but we do have midterms coming up, and there might be either a pause in any progress made or some crazy stuff coming out. Have you seen, I don't know, if you go back in time, any impact on the markets in the summertime going into midterms?
I think one of the reasons why President Trump and the administration wants to end this war is because of midterms. And I mean, if they lose both chambers, nothing's getting done, right, for the next 2 years. So I think that he's very, very focused on getting some sort of resolution. And I think that's why one of the reasons why the markets are doing well, why crude prices are coming down. They see that there's an end game. Whether he achieved what he wanted is another question. But I do think you are going to see a resolution, and the markets are definitely telling you that. But I think, yeah, I mean, if they lose both chambers, that's probably going to not be great. However, markets really do like when you have a divided, president and Congress, whether it's a mixed Congress or the same Congress and a different president in terms of, which side you're on, because people, at least the markets like it because nothing really gets done and we don't have major surprises. So we'll have to wait and see for sure.
And are there any sectors that you think are very overlooked? I know you mentioned financials, but are there any other corners of the market that you think look good right now that maybe have been overlooked for the year?
I'm surprised, Tracy, that the retail has not done better, that the consumer discretionary stocks haven't done better. I think that's a real opportunity. We got a really great retail sales report last week, and we have been, but we're running 5.2% year over year in retail sales. And if you X autos, you're actually up 6.1%. And the control group, which feeds right into GDP, is at 6.4% growth year over year. All of that to me is very healthy. And the whole reason that the consumer is spending is because they have jobs. I look at the weekly jobless claims numbers, just like you all do too. That to me is much more important than any non-farm payroll report, which gets revised every single month. Weekly jobless claims on average over the last 4 to 6 weeks is running at about 220,000. Recessions are 350 to 375. So we're nowhere near that. The consumer is spending, yet the stocks really haven't done much. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Wow, that's some great stuff, Stephanie. We really appreciate you being here with us. Everybody who's listening, folks in the chat, follow Stephanie Link on X, I think is your handle, right, Stephanie?
Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for having me, guys. It was great to be back.
Hopefully we get to talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Okay, take care.
Shai, I could talk to her. I have like 3 days of questions. She was so awesome.
I know. She is so good, so good. So we'll definitely get her on again for sure.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Well, Shai, I will talk to you later. Appreciate you. Great morning so far. It is time for Tape Talk. And we have the one and only Vincent Desiano. How you doing, man?
How's it going, Jim? How are you?
Pretty good, man. You're looking good. You're looking relaxed, man. How was your weekend?
Weekend was good. We got a new puppy over here at the house, so it's been it's been a little bit interesting lately. But he's been a good boy, so it's just been a little bit hectic.
What type of dog?
We got a golden doodle.
Golden doodle. You're young. You're a young guy. That's a young guy's dog. I like it though.
Yeah. But it's been nice.
Fantastic.
How about you?
Well, enjoy that. I mean, it's always fun. It's always fun for sure. So anyway, here we are getting close to all-time highs in the NASDAQ, and crude's breaking, and what are you looking at today?
So for me, Jim, the trade continues to be memory. You just can't ignore it. The DRAM is the memory ETF, all-time highs and then some, outperforming tremendously. This is definitely the strongest part of the market right now. Over all-time highs, held it on Thursday last week, gapped up here in the pre-market again. And so this just continues to be the driver for me on the market and has to be the watch for any kind of short-term trader, short to mid-term trader. This has been the place to be. We do have Micron earnings this week, which I think is probably the biggest event of the week, probably more important than GDP, in my opinion, more important than any economic event. It's just this is going to be the next move for the NASDAQ, in my opinion, is how does Micron report? I would expect to be very strong, but this will be definitely a driver for the next leg higher or maybe some kind of short-term pullback in my mind. Names like SNDK, SanDisk, WDC, which is Western Digital, and STX is an honorable mention. That's Seagate. These are all names that will be sort of sympathy moves to this Micron earnings. So this is pretty much the big event for me. That's Wednesday after the close, and then you have GDP on Thursday morning. So pretty much the first 2 days prior to that, big Micron earnings and GDP Thursday will be, just sort of watching to see if the markets sort of risk off until that event. Obviously, uncertainty before those big earnings is definitely important, but this has to be paid attention to if you're a trader of the NASDAQ, because this is what's driving the NASDAQ, right? DRAM memory is driving the NASDAQ, continuing to keep it strong and, really the top of the leading sector. So this is big for me. This is a big watch this week. On the actual NASDAQ and the QQQ, one thing I want to mention to the traders out there is you did fill the gap that was left from last week. That is right here. We had a gap on the QQQ right here. And that is something that I've been very much paying attention to. The fact that we filled that gap, and actually we filled that gap on FOMC. So FOMC on Wednesday moved lower to fill this QQQ gap. It held exactly at these previous highs from this Monday and Tuesday. You can see right here a very strong hold of these previous highs, turning that area back into support and filling the gap. So all those things right there on the QQQ, the way that it pulled back, held that level, filled the gap, held the daily 20, which is a very key short-term indicator for me. All those things are just sort of setting up, in my mind, to another leg higher here, and MU will be the ultimate decider. Another thing that's very important
Vincent,
for
really
me today.
quickly here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Really quickly,
Go ahead.
sorry to interrupt, but
Yep.
the Nasdaq futures are within striking distance, all-time highs, maybe even today or tomorrow. I mean, is that on your radar screen for today?
Yeah. So the key for me today in the short term that you have to hold for that to remain true, Jim, is that I think you have to hold the FOMC highs. So you had a high on Wednesday. This was around 30,520, a very clear high that rejected heavily. And you can see right now in the pre-market, the FOMC high has been the main hold of the entire overnight session. So if you hold that FOMC high today, I don't see why you wouldn't continue to new all-time highs. You are holding above this Thursday high, and my target today would be up into this high from the Thursday overnight. That's 31,000, 30,980. You actually had a level there earlier. When you mentioned the NASDAQ earlier, you were talking right around that 31,000. I would agree with that as a target for today. And then you're another 100 points, which could be in this market, which is crazy. In this market, 100 points could be a minute, right? 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
The ranges on the NASDAQ have been incredible. For traders, it's great if you're on the right side of it, but it's a little bit more difficult to manage risk, of course. But yeah, I agree with you. If you hold that FOMC high, which is right at 30,520, which you can clearly see is the exact level here that sent this pre-market higher. So right here at 30,520, that was the exact FOMC high right here. And since that hold, you've pretty much been straight up here in the pre-market session. So if that remains true, I see strength continuing. If memory continues to, outperform here, that's just going to drag the NASDAQ higher. And then an honorable mention, another one, Jim, that I think people should be paying attention to, the Russell, the small caps. They've actually been stronger than pretty much everything else. The Russell is actually closer to all-time highs than anything else. So definitely paying attention to the Russell and the small caps. That has been a strong sector. We saw a little bit of strength on some crypto names last week. It could die off, but we saw a little bit of a spark there on Coinbase and Hood and some names like that. So that's a little bit of a spot. And then the last thing I want to mention here is you haven't seen strength, which has been very strange. You have not seen strength in our traditional tech names. So Google has been sort of done nothing. Meta has been extremely weak. Meta's basically been in a daily downtrend, this entire market move higher. Microsoft has been just basically worthless lately. And, obviously not worthless long term, but, these names, and I think what I was actually talking to my father this weekend, to someone that's not really connected to the market right now, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, because you would be like, hey, NASDAQ's at all-time highs. I'm sure Apple and Meta and Google and Microsoft are just, going straight up, but they're not. They're actually being, sort of sold into, and it's just this super heavy focus into stocks like Micron, AMD, all the semiconductors. The SMH is, ripping through all-time highs this morning. So it's a very focused market. You have to be sort of locked into the certain equities if you are an equities trader. You can't just broad stroke this NASDAQ long. You really need to be focused on what's driving this market. And so I just continue to pound the table on the stuff that's strong as of late.
So there's some rotation going on within the index itself, as well as maybe into the RTY, the Russell.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of strength on the Russell, pretty much at that all-time high. I think percentage-wise, closer than the S&P, closer than the NASDAQ. The one spot I will say for traders today on the S&P that concerns me, so this is where the bullish thesis for me breaks down, is if the S&P does not get above 7,600 today. So we have seen the S&P stuck inside of this range right here, and it has been sort of underperforming the NASDAQ as of late. We can see the S&P has been ranging in this 7,600 to roughly 7,500, so about 100-point range. If the S&P continues to hit its head at the 7,600, it could cause a little bit of rejection on that NASDAQ, or a little bit of a slowdown. So that's going to be like that, sort of golden ticket for the NASDAQ to continue, is if that S&P gets above 7,600 today, I think you're going to see 7,650, and that will unleash more of that S&P move, which obviously will help the NASDAQ continue as well. So that's my last little cautionary thing there on the S&P.
Yeah, that's interesting comment on a daily candle chart on the futures on the S&P. We're starting to develop this symmetrical triangle, which totally fits your narrative about a breakout up or a breakdown down.
Yeah, that's going to be a big spot there. So I'm watching that. And then, a little honorable mention that, has been interesting for me here, SpaceX. I know a lot of people out there, what's SpaceX doing? Yeah. The one thing I'm watching on SpaceX that I think a lot of traders should be paying attention to is this IPO high. So this has been a trade. This was a trade for me on Thursday. I longed it off this level, sold into this pop. I'm going to watch it again here. SpaceX had a high from the first day of the IPO around 176 to around 172. And I typically see on IPOs, we at least try to defend that first day high. So that is going to be something I'm very focused on and you can already see it's trying to defend this zone. So this could be an interesting spot for SpaceX. This is something I'm watching this week to see if there's any trading opportunities on this new IPO that I'm sure a lot of people are paying attention to. So that would be something I'm watching here as well.
Yeah, very awesome. It's funny.
Yeah, that's about it.
I got my financial advisors at JP Morgan, and they didn't get an allocation for us for SpaceX for the IPO, so I wasn't happy about that. But it's like, oh, don't worry, Jim, you'll be able to get it at 150 again. Just be patient. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big buyer of it personally for my long term. For my long term investments, I'd like to see a little bit more time. Right? I don't think time hurts here. I don't think this is going to be like a runaway train that you'll never find an opportunity on. I think traders will find a better opportunity at lower prices eventually. This is more of a short-term trading look, in my opinion. Here, I wouldn't be confident to go ahead and invest in my long term at these levels. But for a short-term trade, I'm interested. I think it's for me, Jim, it's time. I think time tells here. Yeah. I don't think there's any. What I compare this to, Jim, is I'm a big car guy, and so when new cars come out, when the new GT3 RS came out, it's selling for $300,000 over sticker price, right, over MSRP, and everyone that bought that car for that price, there's going to be a time that they, that price probably, goes back to MSRP. Maybe it goes 50,000 over MSRP, right? And so for me, I don't like to chase shiny objects. This is the shiny object in the market right now. I think there's better places to be focused, right? The memory trade has been pretty much lights out. There's places to make money, avoiding SpaceX for now. I think, it's something you look at a couple months, at least let's let that first lockup period end. And then let's see what happens once that lockout period ends, which I think is, I think it was 3 months was the first lockup ending, I believe.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on it for sure. It's still a topic of conversation for a lot of people.
Definitely, yeah. I've seen that all online. Is what everyone's trying to guess what SpaceX does. So my recommendation is don't guess. Let the levels develop. Right. Let the key spots develop on SpaceX, and then I'm sure you'll find yourself a trade. The same way we're analyzing the NASDAQ, the same way we're analyzing other stocks with key inflection points, allow SpaceX to start to develop some of those key inflection points, and then start to trade off of it. That would be my recommendation.
Got it. What else are you looking at, man?
That's going to be my focus today. My focus is definitely that NASDAQ read. It's going to be, can we maintain that 30,500? Focused on the memory names, not spending my time focused on underperformers, right? So I think a big thing for traders is they're stuck trading these Microsoft Meta moves. I wouldn't even pay attention to them. Focus on what's hot. It's the memory names. Intel is a big one this morning. Intel breaking to new all-time highs this morning, looking to see if we can get a pullback along back to those Thursday highs. That's a big one for me. And then another big one for me has been MRVL. This is the stock that Jensen, the NVIDIA CEO, said that it should be $1 trillion company. Since that point, it's been pretty much straight up. So this one continues to be a swing trade watch for me lately. And so, yeah, heavy focus on memory, heavy focus on the supply chain around data centers. Data center name that should be paid attention to, Nebius, NBIS. This has been a very strong data center name, or Neo Cloud is the specific sector it's in. So that's a big name for me. Another one that's a NeoCloud name is CRWV. These two names have been very strong lately, things to be watching on this market. Supply chain for data center, supply chain for memory, or for semiconductors, it continues to be the main watch for me. So that's that.
We only got about a minute left, but just out of curiosity, you look at the Bitcoin at all?
I do. I pay attention to it. There was a pretty interesting move there lately. I'm actually going to go to the IBIT, which is the ETF for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And so I watched the IBIT more than anything. There was a pretty decent sweep of this low here on IBIT, which was like right around this 35 level. Every pop on Bitcoin just continues to get faded, and I don't like getting involved in something until a very clear trend develops. So I think there's sparks. Like every day there's a new spark on Bitcoin. There's a new reason to be looking at it. There's always like a little bit of hope that comes in, but then it just sort of gives in and fails. So I'm not ready yet. I'm not a big investor in actually, I don't invest in crypto at all because I don't want to put too much of my own opinion on it, but I just don't see the value behind it. I'm not there yet. So right. I don't get involved too much. I look for it as a trading asset, and I think that's all Bitcoin really is. For me, is just a tradable asset that people trade around and obviously can make money from trading it, which is great. For me, long term, not so much a thing, but yeah, I continue to watch the crypto moves. I think it's a very important thing to pay attention to when it comes to risk on or risk off. So, when crypto's hot, I think it's an opportunity to be risk on, right? Because that's when the market's sort of telling you. Yeah. When it's weak, you can sort of tell it's risk off. So if crypto starts to wake up, if Bitcoin starts to make a real move, it would be confirming that we are in a much more risk on environment. And that would just sort of, pass over into my trading ideas, and my thesis for the market would be, hey, is crypto strong? If yes, risk on. Let's continue to look for the NASDAQ and continue to look for these, Coinbase and Hood and maybe MicroStrategy and different kind of crypto names to be paying attention to. But for now, in my opinion, it has these days where it looks strong and then it fades. And I just don't like getting too worked up in that until it really establishes something.
Great stuff, Vincent. Appreciate you, as usual, being here with us on Tape Talk. By the way, if you're not following Vincent on X, that link is in the chat, actually. It is Desi_trade. So great follow. Definitely check him out as well. So, Vincent, you have a great day, man. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Jim. Have a good one, man. Thanks, everyone.
All right. It is that time, folks, to trade the open. We got a couple of very talented young traders here with us today. We have Lumi Trades and Salma.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good morning, guys. Doing good? Oh.
Look at Dasha. Dasha's all happy and smiling and
of course.
almost serious.
Always
and ready
happy.
to go.
Oh yeah.
I gotta keep up a persona, Jim. The no nonsense persona.
That I don't know.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, I know you are. Hopefully you guys had a good Salma, did you have a good weekend?
It was good, yes.
Yeah,
it went by too fast.
Yeah. You were probably with the kids a little bit, Tasha.
Oh yeah, but I love it.
There you go. Very, very awesome. Well, it's gonna, the holiday's over. So far the markets are, it's a little bit of risk on so far, not a lot, but what are you guys thinking? Let's start with you, Salma. What are you thinking for this morning?
So actually, I'm currently in a quick GC scalp short, just literally 1 micro. I saw a setup on the 2-hour for a potential reversal, decided to take it, just targeting basically the 9 EMA and London lows. They coincide as the same level. So that's that. And then for what I'm actually seeing on ES, I see here that we broke out of basically a downtrend. We've just, every time we've come up here, we've sold off. And so we finally got above it. You could see it on the hourly and on the 2-hour, as well as the 4-hour. They all look really, really good. I would want to wait. I mean, typically I like to wait on Mondays anyway to take a trade until like 10 a.m. I would want to wait to see if we potentially can get a retest to then go long. above this trend line, I would say I'm bullish, and obviously below it, I'd be bearish. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm eyeing. I would want to see if we can kind of get some sort of, potential reversal off the open, retest, hold, and then, go higher. But we'll see what the open brings.
So Selma, on that chart I'm looking at right now, so you have a nice trend line touching the highs. We broke through it a little bit. Does
Yeah.
I would say that line, it was resistance turned into support. Would that be a setup if we kind of go back to test that line and it holds?
Yeah. So that's exactly what I would want to see, Jim. I would want to see us basically retest this line, something like this, come down here, see if it will hold the support, and if it does, go long, and whatever. I'll figure out my target as the trade plays out. But yeah, something like that. I would want to see that turn into support. Want to see buyers react when we come down here, if we come down here, and then get that push back to the upside.
Got it. All right. We'll keep our eye on that going forward. Dasha, what are you thinking?
So I'm looking for all-time high as well. So far I see NQ tested my key level, which was 30,865. So I would like to get rejection soon, right at the open. So I'm looking for move towards 75.90 on ES, then some shorts back to 60.50 area, and longs to aim for previous weekly high level. So I'm bullish, and I'm looking for all-time high this week, but I would like to get some retracement right at the open. Once again, back to 75.60, 75.50, and NQ is going to be near 650 area. So I will start looking for longs from there, but I don't mind to short this retracement as well. So I'm bullish, once again, looking for all-time high on NQ and previous weekly high level on ES. If not today, then probably tomorrow. So it's going to be first half of this week. On gold, I agree with Salma, looking for lower as well. I like the test of 50% of entire move up. I measured from here to here. So I'm looking for the test of 4,200 again on gold, and probably even lower, 41.90, 49.85 area. So looking for short there and long from there again to aim for pre-market high. So probably will short to long later.
Yeah, gold's been tricky lately because it's been super bearish, but today we're fighting back off those lows here, and it's looking like maybe a bullish day today.
Oh, I've been loving gold.
Gold wasn't bad, I agree. Like finally it's getting better than it was before.
Yeah.
Gold during Asia has been really, really good to me. But New York session, it ends up doing really nothing.
Well, let me ask you this before I dip. Let me ask you this, Salma. So I'm actually a fan of the Asian trade, right? That it's the Asian IB. I'm a fan of waiting to see what happens after the IB, and then look for a breakout of that Asian IB for the night trade. It doesn't matter the market, as far as I could tell. Pax yelled at me for saying this out loud, but it's something I love to do. Are you looking at that every night?
Well, I mean, I'm honestly not an IB trader. But yeah, I do trade Asia every night. If I see a setup, I will take it. You know me, I like to look for those reversal setups. Yesterday, I was trading Asia. I thought my copy trader was on. Took a trade for 20 points on gold.
No.
Took profit. I went to go check my copy trader. Nothing was on. Nothing got copied. Took a $400, trade. It was like 30 minutes. It was such a good trade. Anyway, I am pissed. I end up having to manually trade all the other ones, but it turned out to be great because, again, gold gave us so many opportunities last night. It's been a really, really good trade for Asia.
Yeah,
But
no,
yeah,
you're
ahead.
onto something. You're onto something, Selma. Keep it up. I love that. I am, I'm a fan of that for sure, for sure. Dasha, do you trade outside of the, before the bell rings ever, or are you focusing on that bell?
Well, I used to trade Asia a lot, but I usually did this when I was trying to put my kids to bed. So my son asked me to stop. Yeah, seriously, because I remember it took me like 2 hours to put them to bed. So no. So my son asked me like, why you keep sitting on your phone all the time? Just can you please stay with us? Let's talk about something. I was like, well, yeah, I'm gonna spend time with kids rather than watching my phone.
Okay.
So I stopped trading Asia. like 4 months ago
Yeah.
because of this. But yeah, I love Asia. I love
Yeah.
gold. During this time, it's so good, but I don't have time, unfortunately, to trade this anymore.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's funny you should say that, though. My second son did not sleep. So if he got up in the middle of the night, I'd feed him. And guess what? 2 o'clock in the morning, British pound is open. We'll trade that.
Yeah, it was fun, but yeah,
Yeah,
family
awesome.
comes first.
All right, you guys, I am going to dip in the chat. I appreciate you being here on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you, everybody watching us. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up. It means a lot. Appreciate you as well. Best community there is for trading. And we're going to wish these two the best of all possible luck on any trades they may take on the open. Good luck, you guys.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Someone said, I'm a fan of sleeping during the Asia sessions. Yeah, no. Got to get into a trade first, set your TP, set your stop loss, and then you could go to sleep.
Yeah, it's still hard for me. Sometimes I do this, but it's still hard for me because I'm like a little bit addicted. I can wake up in the middle of night, like, let me check what is going on
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's hard.
100%. But like I will say, I think as of recently, at least like just the Sunday open has been really good. All the other days, like for Asia, can be tricky. Sometimes, you'll get no action. Other times you'll get like manipulation, BS moves. But like Sunday has been pretty good right off the open, is what I've noticed.
Yeah. I was trying to trade Sunday. It was probably last month. It wasn't bad, but I was scalping just with like 1, 2 micros.
Yeah,
Wasn't bad.
I don't touch gold with anything more than 2 micros. Anything more than two, and you're asking to like get cooked. At least with like the 50K accounts.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's too much. It's not. You obviously don't have enough drawdown, and 2 micros is already a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did you close your? I like shorts and gold.
I didn't close it because I mean my TP is 206.7 and the low is 207, so it came 3 ticks away and it's doing whatever the hell it's doing now. I have stops at break even though. I don't want this to go red.
I'm gonna wait for private market to open. I may actually look for
Yeah.
shorts back to 49.95.
Yeah, I
We'll scalp
typically
with 2
don't
micros.
I don't take the pre-market trades too much unless I see something, and that 2 hour setup was just screaming at me. I mean, look at it, it's perfect. It's a perfect
It
setup
looks
for a
good.
reversal, yeah. Yep, so just I decided to go in with one just because, we're nearing the open. But yeah, it looks like they want to push this.
So I'm looking for 95 details, maybe even lower. So we got break of structure on gold on 1 hourly chart. So right now we got nice push, not right now at 9 p.m. yesterday, we got nice push higher, but after the retracement, I would fail to offer another break of structure. So technically this low actually at 88, not protected. So I would like to see sweep of this low. That's why I would like to short to long. So my ideal plan, like textbook plan, we're going down here, then back to the range. So I'm scalping short to 85, 95, 80. I will see, maybe we'll partial at 95 and I will take the rest at 88, 85. And I will
I
long
like it.
from, yeah, I will long somewhere from 80s to aim for 42.10. So technically back to the range. 30 points down, 30 points up. I love it.
Yeah, I like it. I think if we do break this 4206, then we can definitely see lower. Just don't know if I want to stay in to find out. Rather just take the money. Hopefully I'd be out before the open and then, kind of reassess around 10 a.m. But looks like there might be a little bit of news. Craig is posting in the chat. And so is Tracy now. Yay, fun. More Iran stuff.
What contract is select? We're gonna trade, I'm gonna trade MGC It's micro gold August contract.
Yeah, I'm in that right now, but I don't know if I'll trade it during like once the market actually opens up. Sometimes GC can just do a whole lot of nothing during New York sesh.
Because on GC opening is different time. It's 8:20 a.m. if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
So market is open there. So we're just gonna wait for indices to open. On indices, I do like retracement down to long this.
Yeah, that's what I want to see too. The only thing I'll be mindful of though. So Russell right now seems to be oh no, it's not. Oh, okay. NQ off this pop just went NQ right now is the strongest. Russell is second strongest. I don't know if you realized or if you watch Russell at all, but like the last 2 weeks, as soon as market opens, you will see the Russell push off the open. And then at around 10 a.m., it's kind of slows down and then we start to see a retracement. So I would not be too surprised if we see Russell, push, consolidate, and then drop. New week, things can change, but that's something I'll be keeping an eye on for sure. Be watching the Russell and seeing what it does. What would
Okay,
be
I see.
great?
Yeah.
Would
Yeah,
be
I do
great
like
that
RCY
retest.
higher, but I'm looking at high time frame. So far I'm looking for move towards 3,190 on RTY and then big short from there, just in long-term perspective. So I'm bullish there. And right now yeah, basically inside second stage of market maker buy model. So just need to get some retracement back to 29.30 and just straight up to 39.90 area. So super bullish there. Would like to see this level by the end of this month, 3,190. Not this month, July.
190, you said?
3,190, yes.
Well,
190.
So wait, how'd you get that? We're drawing some fib levels?
It's my project. Yeah, it's my projections. So I use the very last move down before reversal. So swing from March 25th to March 31st. And I pull projections. So normally I anticipate to get reaction from 2 and 2.5 standard deviation projections, all the way down to 1 and 1.5. So that's exactly what happened here. Exactly what happened. And we reversed. So once we reverse in this confirmation will be changing the state of delivery over here. Contract change, my drawings a little bit off. I would like to get a reaction from 1 and 1.5 to this confirmation of change in the state of delivery. We got change in the state of delivery on daily. What is going on with my drawings? And yeah, I expect to get straight up to 4 standard deviation right after this. But since it's daily chart, definitely we can get some retracement down again, back to this OP, back to 50% of this area. So definitely we can get retracement back. But I'm looking for, like, if I decided to long this on high time frame and just set and forget, I would long from 2,890 all the way up to 3,190. So I do like this area. So something like that.
I like it.
Yeah, this one. Definitely has room to go higher, but after retracement. So if I want to long this maybe like today or tomorrow, I would like to get some retracement back to, let me see, at least 2,981, somewhere there. So 20 points, 30 points retracement down. Nice range here on for a chart. Looks good to go to get some shorts first.
Yeah, a lot of consolidation on the 4 hour. I like it though.
On oil, I have plan. No, I don't have any plans on oil because we took sell side. Looks bearish to me, but honestly don't see structures or shorties. Just bearish.
I haven't touched oil in a while, couple weeks.
It's funny because people keep saying like, I need to talk slowly, but guys, I can forget what I wanted to say easily.
Talk show Lumi. That's funny.
I know, it's my issue, but I can forget what I wanted to say.
Guys, let her cook, guys. She has to do what she has to
Hello,
do.
guys. Need to listen faster. You guys, you're funny. But yeah, I got it. I mean, I got it. Well, what time is this? 9:20. Okay.
10 more
Still like
minutes.
shorts. Still like shorts on gold. Let's see how we're going to respect fair value gap on 15. So we try to use 3-minute reaction.
Yeah, I definitely think we can go much lower if 206 gets broken. I have that as like the change of structure.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much same as that I see change in structure, but we need to get the closure below this level first.
So when you're looking for closure, what time frame is that?
It depends where I want to get the structure. So, for example, if I want to look for structure below your level, so technically your level is at 4206. We need to get hourly closure because at
Yeah.
this point we got two nice up close candles that can be potential change in the state of delivery, as well as market structure shift. So definitely I want to use hourly chart. But at the same time, I don't see this on 15. So 15-minute closure will not tell me anything. But hourly, yes, it's gonna confirm shorts.
Yeah, I could
So
see
looking
it
for
on
short.
1530 and hourly as well.
I have
Just
two
London
plans,
low.
short to long.
Yeah.
Probably will short below 4210, all the way down to 4195 and 85 area. So we'll just partial at 90, around like 95 area. Let's see, we'll short below 4210, I guess. Stop loss will be like 12 points. We'll trade like 2-3 micros.
3, you're ballsy, Lumi.
I have 150K accounts.
Oh yeah, okay,
I can
okay.
afford.
Okay, you make good point. You make good point. What's the drawdown on that? 6,000 or 9?
No, it depends on prop firm between 4,500 and 5,000.
Okay.
I believe
Yeah,
on
that's
TPT it's 4,500. I can be wrong, don't remember. But I
a
believe yes.
huge difference from, 2,000 on the 50K.
Oh yeah. That's why sometimes I used to trade only 50K accounts, but I stopped doing this because of like I want to have bigger room for drawdown.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried like 100 or 150K account before. Only because like the amount you need to make to pass the account is so much. Like it's actually ridiculous. What is the profit target? 9K?
9K. That's
Yeah,
why I keep buying straight to funded accounts.
that's ridiculous. Like 9K to just pass the account, it's crazy to me.
It's crazy to me as well. I hate it so much. But main reason why I'm buying straight to funded accounts is this. I don't want to pass evals. 9K is it's a lot to make.
Yeah. No, it is. It really, really is. Especially when you know, you're going for base hits, you're sized down. It doesn't work.
You have to trade minions to pass this.
Yeah. Good morning, chat. What's up? Where's Tanya? Tanya's coming back from her trip. She should be back next week, guys. Which accounts work for you? I do 50K. Just makes the most sense for me. But like if you're doing straight to funded like Lumi, then okay, I understand.
Yeah, I got Tradify straight to fund accounts. I have TPT, but I pass them like 150K accounts. Unfortunately, I didn't have option to buy straight to funded. So it took me some time.
Well, how many firms even do straight to funded? Only like
Lucid, direct accounts, Tradify, and that's it.
I think they
guess.
might be the only ones, yeah. But the consistency on that is weird, right? Like it's very
Not for
low.
everyone, yeah. It's like between 20 and 30%.
Yeah, it's tough.
Top one futures, yeah, exactly. But I never tried top one futures, guys. How do you like it?
I'd never even heard of them.
I see lots of posts about them on Twitter daily, but I never ever tried. Top one futures. Definitely need to try.
How does a 20% consistency work? You have to be within 20% of your highest profitable day. It's a lot of math, but like your dashboard will tell you how much more you need to make in order to be within consistency.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
definitely.
calculator for this. I created calculator. Yeah, seriously. I
It
create
hurts the brain.
calculator. Let me find the link. I coded calculator for everyone. Let me ask production team to add this link to the chat. But yeah, it's crazy.
No, I remember when I first bought my Lucid Pro. That's the
Mhm.
one that has the consistency on the funded. I was so confused. I was like, "What?" And then well, every time you make some like if you make 1,000 today and then tomorrow you make 1,500, your consistency goes up, right? Like you need to make more to get yeah, it was just too much for me.
Yeah,
Flex
pin
is
guys
where
in the
it's
chat
at.
for consistency rule calculator. Damn, nice long potential shorts on gold here. I love it. Let's see. Let me try this one. 97 retest.
Here we go.
Did it hit your TP?
Not yet. I mean, I can just exit here and stop being a D for a T. So stop being greedy. But I'm
It
telling
should
you,
hit.
if we lose this level, it will bleed. We will just go right through it.
Let's see how much I'm going to risk. Is this stop loss? 370 bucks, not bad. And Q and yes, nothing yet for me, but I do like how we stuck at 50% of you cannot see probably my NQ chart. Let me switch here. I do like how NQ stuck at 50% of weekly week, 30,865. Need to get some retracement down. I do like consolidation near 700, so maybe we're gonna retrace to 700. It will be nice.
Yeah, I want to see a retracement so bad off the open. I don't know if we'll get it though. Oh my God, guys. Russell new highs. Russell's been so strong lately. Been a very fun trade.
And I still didn't place a single trade on Russell this year.
Oh, you have to look at it. Lumi, it's been
I need
a
I need
great
to look at this.
trade.
Yeah.
It's been really, really good. Okay, there's my TP on gold. I'm out. So again, my take profit is London lows as well as the 9 EMA on the 2 hour, which is the same time frame that I took this setup off of.
So it's a nice reaction from 30,865. I'd like to get, it's before market open, not fun of trading before market open, but what I do like so far is how we're rejecting. So if you're going to stay below 840 right at the open, I'm looking for a quick scalp all the way down to 740 on NQ. We'll trade my 3 150K accounts on TPT because I have two 50Ks with TPT. So we'll trade only 150Ks. But once again, if NQ will hold below 840, I do like shorts to 740.
Let's see if GC starts sliding here.
I'm gonna check SPX real quick, 75. Oh, we're gonna have small gap.
Here we go, guys. 5 seconds.
So we broke above 840 on NQ. Let's see if gold's going to drop to 70, not 70, 41.97 now, 98.
Dude, look at the Russell just go.
Straight up. Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. As soon as I said that, those started to pull back a bit. Do you have any rules on Mondays where like you wait, or do you just
no.
get in if you see something?
Yeah. I don't have rules. Like I'm preferably is to wait 10 minutes after market open because lots of manipulation happens right at market open. So I was trying to short NQ. It was last Tuesday, I believe. Textbook setup, but I entered right after market open. It stopped me out, took the high, and then immediately went to my TP. So probably it's better to wait for manipulation to end, like 5-10 minutes, and then to trade. But sometimes I execute simply because I see setup like here now.
Yeah.
So okay, no reaction from 840, so probably you'll just offer straight up. I do like how not gold, ES tested 75.90 area, which is offering potential for our change in the state of delivery. Let me actually do like this. Yeah, way better.
Well, this thing is just straight up.
Still want to see gold lower to 41.98. SPX opened with no gap. I hate it. So when we have no gap on SPX, normally this means chop during AM session. So not fun.
Is that like something you've noticed?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
So I prefer to have gap. Yeah, so shorts on gold towards 41.98. It's like for partial, I guess, because I do want to see between 95 and 85 area. But stop loss, you need to be aware of this, like more than 13 points, like around so 3 micros, not more. On MNQ, not on MNQ, on gold, why not talk today? On ES.
It's okay.
On ES, I want to see short soon as well. So in Q below 840 again.
Ooh, I like this. I like how NQ dropping, ES was pushing. Let's see. There's that divergence.
Let's see if we can. Whatever. So on NQ, yeah, looking for some Shorts below 840, all the way down. Oh, we're about to hit this. All the way down to 740. What else? Would like to see some shorts on ES soon. Oh, you probably cannot see my chart. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to see 20, 30 points lower on ES.
We will see. Don't mind to engage in shorts on ES soon.
I want to see lower for a retest of this trend line that I have drawn on the hourly. I would like to see us retest it. Like I said before, something like come down here, see if buyers step in, if this turns into support, and then for us to continue going higher. That's what I want to see. I don't think we'll get the move though until about like 10 a.m. If it's gonna happen. Let's see.
I do like how NQ holding below 840, and it looks good to me.
Yeah, we just need continuation though, because you still have Russell YM pushing and ES is still somewhat holding. Let's see.
So I potentially like shorts on ES below weekly and daily open. So not sure exact entry point yet. But below this level, below 75, 73, probably also down to London high with partial at these lows. I may try this one. Not now. I would like to get break below these two levels. Yeah, below like 73, I can give it a try. Trend line, Dasher, really? What?
I think he's talking about me saying trend line.
I'm okay with this, by the way. Still too bullish. So I don't want to place any short position on ES and NQ simply because we're still staying above weekly and daily open. So definitely looks bullish to me. But I do expect to get reaction to downside soon. But once again, according to my observations, when we have no gap on SPX, let me see. Let me show you SPX. I just don't. I need to switch between two screens all the time. See, we got no gap. So normally this means chop on SPX. On Friday, I went long on ES using SPX levels, and only like by now it could hit CP. Imagine to hold this. That's crazy. Gonna wait.
Everything is just pushing. Want to see if gold rejects this 42.10.
Yeah, I'm risking $370, so it's not a bad risk for me. I'm
You
willing
already
to try
in?
right after. Oh yeah, from 42.10 or 11, I don't remember.
Okay, nice. Yeah, this 42.10 needs to reject for
Yeah,
sure.
it's fine. I'm okay to risk here. I do like lower. Structure seems good to me, so my stop loss above 15-minute fair value gap. First candle created fair value gap. Just 10 points. A bit more than 10 points.
Yeah, and gold, you definitely have to have a little bit of a wider stop.
Yeah,
Nothing moves
keep going
mad.
higher. Wow, SPX. SPX, what are you doing? SPX has loaded its liquidity run to upside, so definitely can pump lots of points, all the way up to 75.84 to fill June 4th gap. But once again, without retracement, I cannot long this, but I'm so bullish today.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Need that retracement. You know, I
My
kind
weekly
of.
objective is going to be previous weekly high level on weekly, maybe it's daily, but so far weekly, 76.50 on ES and all-time high on NQ. And I would like to get this first half of this week. If not today, then tomorrow.
I just. Go ahead.
No, nothing to say.
I just got into gold shorts again. I like it as long as this 10 rejects.
Yeah, you'll see. It can manipulate a little bit higher to sweep 42, 30 high, 42, yeah, 30 high, and then go down again. But yeah. I'm so bullish today. Just it trades down so I can short to long this.
Dude, this thing does not want to pull back. Let's see what 10 a.m. brings, because still a lot can happen.
SpaceX. Oh, RTY just straight up. Wow, that's crazy.
It's been doing this for like 2 weeks.
On SpaceX, I really want to see 155 area retest.
Wait, you said you were going to start trading options soon?
Yeah, that's true. I want to trade SPX. I want to trade Nvidia, Tesla, and Apple because it respects my model so well.
Nice. So, I'm guessing you'll also be trading them when single stock futures comes out.
Oh yeah, that will be ideal scenario for me. Let's see. Need to get rejection soon on yes and NQ. It can go up all the time, especially SPX just took buy side liquidity level after hitting 25 and 50% of RTH gap over here last week. I need to get some reaction to downside. Yeah, price action not bad, I would say. So far, so good. I do like it.
Yeah. Very science. Wow. What's your entry on the Russell? And what's like your sizing?
For options, so it's still question for me. Probably will try Robinhood. I know lots of people don't like it, but I will start with this one at first, then we will see.
Robinhood's good, Lumi.
Yeah, I used to trade and like there.
Yeah, yeah.
TQQ, yeah. I mean, I like it. Pretty much straightforward platform.
Yeah, I'm big on like UI, and I think it doesn't get easier to trade than on Robinhood. Despite like why people might dislike them, which is valid. I'm not denying that. Very science. Wow. I would say you should move up your break even stop maybe like 5 points or so, just so that you don't get stopped out and make no money on that runner. From what I've been observing in the past 2 weeks, watching the Russell off the open, we'll have a very straight shot up. And then at around like 9:45, depending if there's data that day, 9:45, we start to consolidate. going into 10 a.m. and depending on data that day, we'll start to see that like turn back to the downside. Now, today there is no data. It's a very light data day, and it's obviously a new week. So I don't know if the Russell is going to continue behaving the way it's been behaving, but based off of what I've observed, we should be slowing down here into the next like 15 minutes, and then around 10 a.m. watch to see what happens. And if we can start to drop. So yeah, I would say just move your stops and profit just a little bit so you can actually walk away with something rather than, you know, letting this go break even and then you get nothing out of it.
Let's see. Yes, needs to break weekly open. I may try short. Still trading only my take profit trader accounts today.
Dude, NQ is so ugly on the 15-minute. That's why, guys, if you take a look at NQ 15-minute, that is exactly why I don't touch it. It's a perfect
15?
example. Like, what is that?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, please, somebody tell me, what is that?
it's not that bad, I would say. Looks good for retracement to downside. At least confirms the structure shift.
No, but like,
But
just
how to get here?
having 130 points to the upside wick and then having a 100-point
yeah.
wick to the downside is just disgusting. It's not bad. Oh, you guys, no. Don't let NQ get you guys accustomed to this. No. Everyone is like, it's good, it's good, it's good. All right. I'll leave NQ to you guys.
And not for everyone, yeah.
Yo, you just tripping. Hey, top man, I'm tripping, I guess. Could not be me, honestly.
Sometimes, yeah, mentally it's hard to trade like with 100 points stop loss.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you like 2 micros, it's $400. It's on 150K, it's not that bad. On 50K, yeah, it's better to trade.
On 50K,
Yes.
you get cooked quick, I would say.
That's true. So still holding above weekly and daily open on yes. Cannot short this yet. Gonna wait. But yeah, it's not that hard to get 200 points on NQ, right? Nowadays. I remember when I was getting 50 points like last year and I was so happy with this. Right now, 100 points is like nothing. Easy play.
I don't love whatever gold is doing here.
Yeah, gold definitely can sweep 30 area to go lower. Yeah.
Let's see.
Rejecting off. Let me see what level rejection off. That's actually interesting. I don't see anything. Hourly fair value gap. Okay. Hourly BPR, I would say. No, we didn't trade into this level. So it may go higher initially, but it will go lower maybe during like lunch or PM session. So I will give the second try.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna keep my eyes on ES. So I'm bullish, but once again, in hindsight, it's not that hard to say, well, I had to long here, here, and here at every single pullback. Because this pullback's like not even 50% retracement. So definitely it's easy to say, like, I had to buy every single dip. But when you look in this in real time, you want to get like solid retracement to engage because you want to get in longs and discount using discount price, right? Rather than premium. So at this point, what I see a retracement down to discount to try to long. Maybe in hindsight, it will look like, well, I had to enter here simply because I know, like, simply, like, why? Just because you had to engage here, simply because we got minor pullback. But you need to be ready to be like cooked at every single scene point, because here, if I'm going to put my stop loss here simply because we got nice up close candle on yes, this low is not even protected. I cannot say this low is protected. My protected low will be at the bottom of the range, but risk reward will be 1 hour. So definitely not worth it. I want to short to long exactly. That's my plan. Also, I do like lots of failure swings here on ES. So built-in load is liquidity run. Drive will be big. Big. Quick, not big. So I can scalp shorts and longs right after this. So sounds good to me. We'll see.
I got stopped out of my gold short.
We're still holding above weekly and daily open on ES and NQ, so would like to be careful with shorts. Gonna wait.
Crude is just off of a cliff. That's the one that should have been shorted, Lumi.
Someone's trying, Daniel, you're trying to short SpaceX? Oh, wow. I mean, I'm not gonna do this. Yet, I would try to look for longs. Just to previous weekly. It's still kind of new stock, so I'm not ready to put real money on this yet.
Guys, drop your city in the chat. Where are you guys all from?
Let us know.
Where in the world are you? Someone said stalker. No, we're just trying to figure out where we should come do a next meetup, a NinjaTrader meetup. You guys not want to meet us? Dubai, Australia,
North Carolina.
El Salvador, Nicksville.
Wow.
Yeah, we got international crowd.
Lots of people from North Carolina. That's nice.
You said you used to live there, right?
Yeah.
See, I'm such a good listener.
Mm-hmm.
Come to Chicago. We are coming to Chicago pretty
I've
soon.
never been there. Never
Me
ever been
neither.
there.
Me neither, sister.
Yeah, I used to live in North Carolina in Apex. It's 2 hours away from ocean. Yeah, for 3 years. It's like between Katy and Apex.
I've never been there either.
North Carolina, it's a nice place. Like the park, the nature. God, that's so nice place. Durham, North Carolina. Wow. SpaceX, we don't touch this for now.
Yeah, I
Both
wouldn't
nice,
touch it.
yeah. South Carolina, also nice place.
I wouldn't touch SpaceX with Pax's ex-wife's money. Come to Paramus, New Jersey. Alex, you're very local. Yo, looking at SPX options. No, but Lumi's looking to start trading that.
Yeah, that will be me. ZRDT will be super expensive, so probably it will be a couple of days.
That's even
Not
more
weekly.
expensive, by the way.
Yeah,
You
SPX
have
is
to-
expensive. You have to trade SPY, I guess, at the beginning, but yeah.
You have to, what's it called? You gotta go out the money. Very far out the money. Which is obviously very risky. Guys, and is X down for anybody else, or is it just me? My X is not working.
Why?
I don't know.
Let me
Yeah,
check.
nothing is loading for me.
Oh, same.
Okay, so it's not just
Same.
me. Great. Awesome. I always get so worried when X is down. X and Robinhood are down for me. Damn, your Robinhood is not? Wait, let me see. I was just checking my trades not too long ago. Oh, my Robinhood works. Yeah, I'm seeing numbers change.
Come on, yes. Yes needs to reject from 75.90. So bad, but still cannot see like solid rejection. And I
Oh,
will try to scalp short.
we're not getting anything. If you're looking at the 5 minute on ES, it's just like you said, just chop.
Yeah, predictable, but let's see, let's see.
Predictable. Lumi knew, guys.
We're gonna see. Come on, yes.
You're still in that GC?
No, I closed long time ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was. They really faked us out on that.
75.90. Come on, reject. I can try to scalp this.
ENG says today NQ is giving heart attack. No, ENG. A lot of people in the chat said this is normal and it's good. This is apparently very good movement to some people in chat.
How big risk? Not bad.
RTY. Yeah, Cooper, RTY is up 1.2% on the day so far. This is when we should start seeing some sort of pullback, though, into 10 a.m.
What are you looking for, Lumi, and breakdown? So I'm looking for the retracement down to long, too long. So what I would like to get, just shifting structure as reaction from 75.90, and I will try to short to London low. That's my plan for now. Nothing is going on yet, so I'm not gonna be in a rush.
I think nothing happens until the Russell can chill out.
My key level on SPX this week will be 75.84. It's like 60 points higher. I'm just not sure when it's going to hit this.
Barry Science, wow, no, he has not. I will text him and I'll ask him about it though. I'm just as interested as you guys for those rotation levels. And once he gives it to me, I'll what's it called? Make some changes to my 30-second OR indicator so that it can plot Russell as well. But I'll let you guys know, don't worry.
Gold, let's see. Gold, retrace back to 15-minute OB. Trying to stay below 50% of this order block.
Someone asked, any tips on how to identify consolidation? Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at ES right now, let's take indicators off. You have right off the open, we got green candle, red candle, green candle, red candle, green. We've just been moving, ping-ponging back and forth between a whatever 27 point or whatever 20 point range for the past 30 minutes. This is consolidation. This is just back and forth chop. And then if you want to look at higher time frame, me and Dasha mentioned it earlier. If you're looking at the Russell 4-hour, previous to this 4-hour, this pump off the open, ignore that. If you're looking at the 4-hour, you can see us just basically moving in however many points this is, 40 points or so, which is not much on higher time frames. This is just straight up sideways action. And then obviously this morning off the open, Russell broke out to the upside. So that is how you would just visually be able to see that. Straight up is obviously not consolidation. Sideways movement is. Hope that helps.
I mean, I do see gold short again.
I see it too off the 4-hour.
This one looks good to me. And this already less than it was before.
Also, Russell just hit my 1.272 fib extension level at 30.34. So let's see if we get some sort of reaction here for a rejection. 4-hour just closed. We got 10 a.m. now. Let's see if we start to see some sort of turn in trend. Someone wants the link to that indicator. Yeah, I'll post it 1 second. I'm gonna just go grab it real quick. It's also, you guys can find it on NinjaTrader. Pax has his own. I just decided to create my own for visual purposes, guys. Nothing more than that.
Typical Monday no news. I would say, indices don't look good right now. Maybe today it will be better, just later. But you just need to be aware of this. Like as long as you're above weekly open, daily open, and today I'm open, I wouldn't think about any shorts yet if you want to short this, at least down to London low or New York midnight open. So definitely right now it's chop, but it's bullish chop. On gold, I mean, yeah, first trade idea didn't play, but I see short right now, like see here short. Nice reaction from 15-minute fair value gap as long and as well as we're staying below 50% of 15-minute OB. Confirmation of this continuation setup on hourly chart that we got before market open, confirmed by 3-minute OB. So yeah, first idea didn't play. I was in short, very short from 10s. I don't remember where I said. Somewhere from
you
here.
said 10 or 11.
I closed here. I closed for like $250 loss on this trade. But yeah, it's still valid opportunity. Maybe just I was I was expecting to get continuation setup too low. I had to wait for just retracement up again because I consider this as continuation setup. But what I don't like about continuation setups is stop loss placement, because I truly believe continuation setups offers worst risk reward I ever seen. Because lots of people saying like, yeah, we got continuation setup, new candle, you have to enter. Once you got OB and put stop loss at near swing high. That's how it's not going to work like that in the real market. I mean, obviously it works sometimes, but how I see this, if you're going to put your stop loss here, you're going to be cooked 7 of 10 times. So you have to put your stop loss at external swing points. So here didn't work. We retraced higher back to premium. So definitely can be continuation stop here again, because it left room to go lower, left some BPR lower, as well as still trading in premium this range, but also at the same time it failed to offer a break of structure here. So yes, we got nice reaction from discount before. Price went higher. I was trying to make new high again, but failed. At this point, I expect to get what? Opposite liquidity level. So technically at 90 again. So yeah, not nice right now, but I believe it will be good. Let's see if we're going to get nice continuation setup here. If so, it will be nice. Nothing else.
Yeah, by the way, guys, Mission Control did post the link to that indicator for anyone who wants it and trades off TradingView. And cool down, Dave. No, I did not say that. I can't access that indicator because I'm not on NT. Mr. Butters says, Salma, you mentioned the 2-hour time frame. I don't hear that often. What time frames do you watch? So I flip between the 5, 15, the 30, and I like hourly, 2-hour, and 4-hour. I know it sounds like a lot, but I look at obviously higher time frames for bigger picture, and then typically I will take my trades off, like the 15, the 30. 5 I'm on for either when we're chopping around or when we're trending in either direction, to the upside or the downside. But typically like to stay on the 15 and the 30 intraday. That 2-hour though was very clean on gold. Very
Gold
clean.
playing
Yeah.
with us.
It's still doing it. It's still messing around. That's why I don't really love gold during New York sesh.
So I was trying to trade gold last week 2 times, and all my trades were taken after 1 p.m. Which means it's really solid price action.
1 p.m. I don't think outside of like the competitions, when we're doing the competitions, I'm not really looking at gold or trading it all day, at least. I look at it, just don't trade it all day. Hello from Algeria. What's up? Hello to you. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, infamous Manos. I do the same. I mean, you guys will always see me flipping through different time frames. I think it's super important.
So I'll go to trace to my key level. Let's see how we're going to respect it. If nice reaction, I will give it a second try. If not, then not. We'll leave gold alone until like 1 p.m.
Mehar says, I need a trade. Okay, so go trade. I don't see anything.
That's funny.
He is itching for a trade. There's nothing here. I mean, not gonna force something. But he's itching, Cooper. He's fiending. You see, KTV, there's a reason, like, I don't really love using the whole overbought, oversold indicator, because something can be overbought or oversold or overextended for a very long time before it actually starts to, go the other way. Just be careful with that.
Can you not pronounce
Important? Is that what you want us to say?
important? I feel like I say
Important?
this with my Russian accent. I always pronounce every single letter.
What did I say? I said important.
Important. Important. I know.
I don't know, man. That's just how I was taught in school. Let me guess. Wise trader is the type to say library.
Library.
I just say library. But maybe that is actually wrong.
Library.
Look at the freaking gold. Yeah, dude, gold is just, I don't like it, honestly. Someone's telling me to try the Russian language. Well, actually, I kind of have. I mean, I don't want to say it's Russian roots, really, but Dasha, my grandmother, is Circassian, and they're basically just a bunch of people who are displaced from that region of the world. Is Azerbaijan, is that like used to be part of Russia or like the Soviet Union? Do you know what I'm talking about or no?
I'm worried. Time to do 100 push-ups for fun. Come on, Livin. You're so kind to me. 100 push-ups. No, I can't do this actually. Maximum I can do like 20, but I'm not going to do this now.
Oh, look, chat knows what I'm talking about.
$29. No, guys.
There's nothing here for me.
I still keep my eyes on gold.
Yeah, thanks, chat. So basically, yeah, I guess I have some sort of Russian roots in me, something like that. I'm so against taking those what are they called? Those tests when you find out where you're from? Oh my God,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
drawing a
I know
blank.
about this.
What are they called, chat? It's bothering me now.
I wanted to try this, but I don't remember the name.
Yeah, like a 23andMe, but what is it called? Ancestry. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Like a DNA test. I'm so against it. I feel like it's kind of BS. Just an easy way to take your money away. They tell you you have 1% of everything in you. Great way to end up on a marketing spam list. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I probably would never do that stuff. I don't believe in it. I don't like the idea of being in a database. Blue Shark, boy, do I have some news for you. We are all in some sort of database. Yes, fiber optic. I know DNA is a real thing. I just don't know how true the results of those tests are. That's it. How can you tell me DNA of like 100 years ago, people who lived on Earth from 100 years ago? Maybe in like 100 years from today, if we all started to give our DNA away, then maybe our kids' kids can know where they're from. Technology has advanced so much. I don't know. Anyway, this is a whole different topic. I'm a superhero. I got you. Okay. Yes is really struggling at this first OR rotation.
Just break the 75.90.
Yeah. I want to see something on. Yeah, we got to break that 89. See the same thing you're seeing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 30 seconds left. Let's see how we're going to close now. The buffer below.
Yeah. Como, I think your question is better suited for Stowe, who comes on in about 45 minutes. Neither one of us are really order flow traders.
We closed right at this level. 75.90. Ah,
Let's see. It's still very early in the day.
oh, it's just 10:15. I feel like it's already 11.
I know. That's what I was when I'm like, oh, Stowe's coming on. I'm looking at the time. I'm like, holy shit, in 45 minutes. Excuse my language. I thought it was like 20, 15.
I know it's really trying right now to offer some shorts on ES and NQ. Below 10 AM open, but barely broke below this level. I don't like how it closed on the 3-minute chart above 75.90. To be more specific, right at this level. Structure is here, though. I know. How big risk? Like 10 points.
Chasing
If
ticks.
it's
How
going to
about
displace, I will try short. No, not now. If it's going to displace now, I will try to short. With like 3 micros on ES.
chasing ticks? Trade whatever works for you. How about that? Everything works. We're getting that move down in the Russell finally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mehar, once again, still nothing for me here. He's itching. Let's see the hourly. I still want to see much lower on ES. Another 15, 20 points.
Nice displacement here. So approaching daily open. I know it looks good to me to try.
On what?
On yes, short.
On ES. You're not gonna trade gold anymore, right?
Not for now.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't know. I do want to see lower, but honestly, it's just so choppy there.
Someone says, when was the last time you full ported on stream?
Full port on stream. Do we need to full port on stream, or I don't know something?
Never. This is not that kind of stream.
When I say I want to full port, I usually imply like I'm going to trade 6 micros instead of 5. But yeah,
What's
actually
your
crazy.
usual? What's your usual sizing for like ES?
For yes, between 2 and 5 micros.
I like that. Yeah, I'm somewhere near there too.
I don't like to trade 1 micro simply because I don't have option to take partial at this point. That's why I never
Yeah.
trade 1 micro. So I usually, if it's like big stop loss, I usually like, I'm going to risk more than usual, but I'm gonna trade 2 micros at this trade.
Yeah, never. Like the only time I'll do 1 micro is on gold, and I feel that's because obviously gold is gold. For ES, I would say 2 to 3 is minimum, and then 5 is like really pushing it. In these conditions, at least. No, dude, we've never full ported on stream. This is not even that kind of day either. Trish, yeah, we try and wait for our setups, and if nothing presents itself, then it is what it is. Again, the day is still very, very young. It has not even been an hour yet, guys. Still a lot of day left to make a trade.
I see gold short still, guys, as well as gold ES short. Like at the same time, I see 2 nice textbook setups. Short on gold, short on ES.
This is good though. This is what we wanted to see.
I want to see 41.98 on gold so bad.
$41.98. What is that?
It's my partial level. It's 3-minute, not 3 minutes, 15-minute OB test. So we never traded into this OB before. So I want to see the test of 15-minute order block OB from yesterday, from 11:30 p.m.
I see.
That's why I would like to get there.
We got really close. So they could definitely
Yeah.
come back down.
So nice reaction from weekly and daily open on ES and 9:30 a.m. open on NQ. So another short will come right at the break below daily open and weekly open on ES. The same TP at 75.60, 58 to be more specific.
You look at weekly open as what? RTH? Like
So I usually think about like how candlestick on weekly will look. So we have open, we have high or low. So what body is going to look like? It will be bullish candle or bearish candle. So far we got weekly open and price just dancing near this level. This means this candle not looking bullish, not looking bearish yet. So what I expect to get just accumulation near this weekly open today, maybe like AM session, and tomorrow you'll get formation of high or low of the week. So at this point, we will understand what kind of weekly profile we're gonna have. If tomorrow it will manipulate lower, creating low of the week, Tuesday low of the week, we'll get Wednesday, Thursday, Friday as bullish. Every single day will be long. If tomorrow we'll make a new high again, so let's say we're going to sweep previous weekly high level on ES and all-time high on NQ tomorrow. The rest of the week will be bearish. It will form a bearish candle on weekly chart. So right now, I just want to see how we're going to trade near weekly open. So it's still accumulation, so nothing else. But we can trade below this accumulation to anticipate potential drop to break this below, to break below consolidation low, accumulation low, to form potential low, or break
I
above
got
this
you.
level. So far, nothing happened. I want to see lower now to equal lows at 75.58.
58. Yeah, I would love to see that too. I have that as like Asia highs.
Yeah, I want to see lower now, yes. Another short can be, oh, actually here. 75.60. I wouldn't mind to get 75.46.
46 would give me that retest that I was speaking about earlier in the when we were talking to Jim. That would give me the retest of that the trend line that we broke out of. See if we hold there, it could be good for longs.
But at least 75.58. Let's see if gold, can you please drop as well? We need this 41.98.
So at 98, would you go short or would you go long?
So it's last area of support. If no reaction, it will be just straight up. Lots of big up close candles.
Okay.
So if no reaction, if we're going to get reaction from 41.98, it will be like such a nice long and without, I guess, throwdown at all. But if no reaction, should go all the way down to 41.85 and long from there to 42.10. That's actually my plan. I have this on my chart. 1 second, I will show you. Oh, I deleted this? No. Here's your textbook long if you're going to get this.
Good to see people in the chat got that short. Nice.
So I don't recommend to place any limit orders for longs. Look for shorts now. We definitely have room to go lower. But if I want to consider potential longs, once again, I will trade reaction. It will be 40. Let me type in the chat on gold, 41.84.77 to yeah, 42.10.17. It's potential trade idea for me.
Someone is saying gold pump incoming soon. Thanks, Reginald. Yeah, that 10 a.m. is basically when we started to turn to the downside. Keep an eye on that going forward this week. See if it continues to work. Watch the Russell off the open. If Russell pumps and goes vertical the way it just did this morning, wait until 10 a.m. See if we start to slow down. And then if we can, turn back to the downside. Mexican dance. What is maxing? What does that even mean? What is this maxing you speak of? Man, this move on ES is so clean. Low key, I don't even know. Okay. The chat is confusing. Like, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to tell me?
I don't even know. That's funny.
Yes, I understand it's maximizing, but like, what are we maximizing? What does that even mean?
Full portion, I guess, everything.
This is the stuff that makes me feel old.
Don't worry, you're not old.
Swear to God, I swear when I'm like out of touch with the new lingo, yeah, you guys lose me. That's start to feel like a grandma. Wow, this is a crazy move. It's crazy because there has been no retest to even enter shorts.
Well, we do need to see, like someone in the chat said, it's crazy in Q didn't sweep all-time high. It doesn't need to sweep all-time high on Monday. So guys, if you're going to pay attention on how we usually move when high and low of the week forms, usually it forms on Tuesday, high or low of the week. And at this point, we're getting like nice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday moves. So on Monday, almost never we will see formation of high or low of the week. Almost never. Sometimes, of course, we will, but most of the time we will not.
Okay, I'm setting a limit at weekly open on ES to see if we can get down there, go long. Shapcap, honestly, there was no entry for me the second I missed out on this 15-minute candle here. When was I talking about all-time highs on Monday? You guys just say anything, swear. I've literally been talking about a pullback to go higher since the morning.
And gold is dropping as well.
Yo, this Mexican
I do
dance
like
guy.
reaction. That's exactly what I wanted to see. 75.90 and short all the way down to equal lows in London low down. That's so good. Oh, looks so good. Finally. I expected to get this move like before 10, to be honest.
No, Lumi, very predictable. I told you. Push off the open, consolidate, drop at 10.
That's funny. Gold, if it's not going to drop to 41.98, it's biggest scam in this world. Seriously.
Oh my God, you guys, chat is not reading the sarcasm. Jeez. SYM, it's pure sarcasm, dude. I'll lower this a little bit to that second rotation.
Oops. let me read the chart. For a flat candle, yeah, I would say on ES it was a bit more predictable move. Because on ES at least we reversed from key level. But on NQ it was done so not perfect. It's not coincidence. Yeah. Let's see, want to see lower still on gold. Otherwise, market is a scam. If not, if it's not going to hit 41.98, guys, set alerts there. It's a scam. SPX, nice reaction from buy side. So I expect to get probably SPX slightly lower. Yeah, like another 15 points drop. Why does every move on index has no, it doesn't need to be news. Yeah, on NQ it was really quite tricky move in my opinion, because it was so close to buy side, which was previous weekly high level. So technically potential resistance, which we never ever swept. So definitely it looks like, do I want to short in Q now? But yes, actually confirmed this. So we got nice reaction from 75.90. That's exactly what I was waiting for. And I truly believe if you want to become rich, as you said, you do need to trade NQ. Yeah, Barbara, I need to work on my timing as well. It used to be good, but I believe something shifted because I started noticing nice setups happens right after market open. So I shifted my time a little bit because of this, because I was like, man, I'm missing the move because main move happens right after market open. And I decided to give this a try last week. Even today on gold, I decided to give this a try, my first try on gold short. Just have to wait for market to open, I guess. And even here, once again, I truly believe these continuation setups will work like 3 of 10 times. Truly believe when you see continuation setup in discount, you either need to put your stop loss at external swing point and your risk reward will be just not the best one, or just wait for deeper retracement up.
Nice reaction off London lows here.
And yes, yeah. And Q, yeah, like in Q is still quite tricky, so it didn't take buy side, which was previously weekly high level. At the same time, it failed to take London low. So technically, it can go lower again. SPX, just looking at SPX chart, we can go lower.
Yeah, I want to see us go a little bit lower as well. Somewhere around like 41.38 on ES.
Let me see. So it can hit 75.35, which New York midnight open.
Yeah, midnight open. Yeah. So we still have a lot of time for the hourly to close too. It's got 22 minutes.
Much lower. Oh yeah. This is how I usually see situation. Like, I don't mind to get much lower tomorrow. Please form low the week tomorrow and just go long Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So definitely we can like retrace lower today, then we're gonna close near weekly open near this level, which I don't mind to get. And tomorrow, let's get another short. We're still trading inside previous weekly range, right? Yeah, if it can offer like tomorrow lows a week, it will be an amazing idea. I like 75.35, 35. It's not bad. Yeah, I like this as well. It's New York midnight open. like me too. You're so humble. It's so classic for Slavic people.
You might get your 98 on gold.
We will. I hope so.
Just this 206 is so stubborn.
Yeah, I remember you said 42.10 is your key level, right? So yeah, we kind of stuck at this level so far.
06. 06.
Oh, 06. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Forgot. Yeah. I hope this SMT between ES and Q not going to hold. Would like to get a bit more to downside.
No more. I want to get into this position. I want us to reverse.
Oh, you put limit order, I see.
Yeah.
You know, I don't mind longs as reaction from New York midnight open probably, but I would probably take profit at weekly open because I really expect to get chop around this level the rest of the day.
Wait, what level?
No, I mean, 75.35 to 75, let me see, 76. So yeah, it's gonna be like 40 points straight, but I wouldn't expect to get more. We're just gonna stuck at weekly open, I guess, today. We can break and retrace back to this level.
Yeah, I wanted to see us just sweep that, come a little lower, fill me on this limit, and then, wick back up. So far, though, this is a good retest of that trend line.
SPX can go 11 more points lower, which exactly lines up with New York midnight open.
So the SMT is valid if NQ doesn't sweep what level? Well, it's actually dropping now, so
I want to see NQ at 630, just a bit lower. And yeah,
I
maybe
got your
it will
London
tap.
lows.
Yeah, maybe it will tap New York midnight open as well, but I don't think it's really needs this. But yes, need to test New York midnight open. Sold price action, just had to wait. Because at market open, it was just... I think gold, it will take some time to go lower.
It's still playing around at that level.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected to get. Remember I said it's gonna be fast move down. And we got just done close candles on 3. Because we got nice low resistance liquidity and lots of failure swings on ES. So obviously it had to drop. But the question, how far we can go, right? So far New York midnight open can offer solid long. But we have to sweep this level and not to close below this level. Lots of pictures from daycare. So yeah, we need to drop a bit more on yes, not on NQ as well. It's approaching London low. Let's see, 75.35. Yeah, it was model here, exactly. 30 minutes if 30 minutes OB. Break below this level. It was just perfect. On NQ it was harder, way harder to execute, in my opinion. So we just sweep London low on. At daily open, oh Daniel, it was just okay. You could leave run into equal lows, like no when we have equal lows. And load this liquidity run.
Let's see 581 on NQ if we drop below the 615 level.
615. So New York midnight open at 555, right? Yeah.
Yep. 556, yeah, same.
So 4 more points on SPX to downside. So it's such a good move. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it was kind of hard to frame setup on NQ. I mean, definitely it was here. Short was here. We broke below 10 open. Everything was nice. But reason, like, when you see it was so close to previous weekly high level, you always question, is it gonna be a real move or not? So yeah, on NQ it was definitely super tricky. But at least on ES we respected level. So we cannot say we shorted from nowhere. But on NQ, what level we respected actually? What was that? Hourly fair value gap? Probably it was
What,
hourly
where we're
fair value
bouncing
gap.
off of?
It reversed from, just trying to figure this out. It was hourly fair value gap, British fair value gap. See, but still, you know, you're just trying to find any key level that we respected. Honestly, I would never ever took the short on NQ. Knowing like how we reversed here. Definitely you
Why,
can say it
though?
was rejection block because it reversed like a couple of ticks away from previous weekly high level.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In hindsight, you can say, yeah, we respected, I know, like breaker block, we respected fair value gap, we respected rejection block. But guys, let's be realistic. In real time, just like few traders took the trade on NQ.
We got to ask Stowe when he comes on if he would consider that a poor high on NQ.
Yeah, your second short was right below daily open, weekly open. Honestly, even better than from here because once you broke below this level, we could expect just straight down. Yeah, I mean, like, once again, it's of course it's possible to engage. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't easy trade. Stay calm. Exactly. Exactly, my friends. Got stuff. Sorry, it's not funny, but when I read this, it's kind of funny. But it's true. But it's true.
Oh, gold is pushing.
Pushing? Oh, seriously?
Yeah, a little bit. 15-minute, the prior 15-minute candle closes a potential reversal setup, and it is pushing up off that London low.
Yeah, 35 on ES. I wanted to see New York midnight open the test there. I was trying to yeah, I took the trade before as well. It was short, not from here. It was short here. Don't remember exact level, like around 10. And I closed for $245 loss. Around so. I was trying to trade before market open on gold. Didn't wait for full stop. Didn't work. But honestly, once again, I keep making same mistake over and over again, trying to trade this kind of continuation, seeing like, damn, we're super low, we're approaching sell side. Just wait for deeper retracement. I keep making this mistake over and over again. It's okay. Could be worse.
Just want to see ES go a little lower.
Yeah, Adam, it's fine. Yeah. I consider this as continuation setup, but once again, it's still my mistake. I'm still looking for continuation stop that low. So most of my losses comes from this kind of continuation stops. I'm not fan of continuation. Once again, of course, when you see this in hindsight, you can say continuation could be here or here, but definitely not here. But when you see this in real time, it looks kind of different, right? Nice pullback to 15-minute fair value gap reaction with imminent OB. Looked good to me. At least to try. That's why I prefer to trade the reversal, not continuation. Offers best risk reward and better stop loss most of the time. Not to, yeah, I mean, yeah, right. Oh, I'm not alone. I don't know why. It's really hard to master these continuation setups. I agree with you. Because sometimes on gold, reversal happens like too early, like at 6 a.m. Obviously, cannot see this in real time because I sleep or do something else. And I'm just trying to trade continuation.
Lumi, how dare
Yeah.
you sleep? How dare you not get rest?
So yeah, I used to wake up at 4 and 5. Right now, I wake up at 6 a.m. I have alarm at 6 a.m. Yeah. Need to prepare. Right now it's daycare, so they have breakfast and lunch there. So they need to prepare their lunch boxes. Finally, because like all year from September to May, from August to May, I was waking up like before 6 to cook lunch boxes for them, prepare lunch boxes for them. Damn, it's so. If your parent will understand, it's just crazy because food in U.S. schools it's such a garbage. And
Oh, 100%.
they call this healthy breakfast, but what is healthy there? Lots of sugar, oil. Why it's healthy? Why they call this healthy breakfast? Yeah.
Lumi, they used to feed us pizza and chocolate milk.
I mean, my son also keep asking me for lunch money because other kids eat pizzas and chocolate milk, and I'm like, nope, you're not gonna eat this.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not good food.
For breakfast, they never have eggs. They always have like French toast with millions grams of sugar. What else he has? Like muffin, also with sugar, chocolate milk. Why it's healthy? What's the problem to give kids like eggs? I know like some kids are allergic on this, but come on. Just put note. This kid is allergic on eggs. School pizza was, oh God. I mean, I don't understand American pizza because they have lots of tomato, like this sauce on it, red sauce on it. It's just a lot of this. You cannot even like test pizza because of this sauce. It's just it's horrible, more than horrible. So I prepared like lunch boxes for my kids. European is not pizza, but it's better than this. Trust me. I mean, I'm not fan of pizzas anyway, but still.
Oh, we got something.
Oh, finally, New York midnight open hit.
Yeah,
Try
just
Italian? Yeah. By the way, I'm not sure. Like, let's talk about pizza since we started talking about this. My kids don't eat pizza a lot because they don't like this red sauce as well. But this place, it's called Blaze Pizza. So you can like just say, I want this, and this, like Chipotle, but it's like pizza. And you can like build your own pizza. Kids love it. Definitely need to try this one.
yeah, Blaze Pizza is good.
Yeah, it's good. So we hit New York midnight open on both. Yes, thank you. Nice. I love that pizza as well. That's only pizza I can eat.
James, yeah, that square pizza used to be so good when I was in school, but now looking back at it, the food that they used to give us is pretty gross.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't eat that now.
Guasa pizza. Oh yeah. How people can eat this?
The tape is picking up here.
Nice drop. Well, it's way more than I expected, but nice.
No,
We
no,
hit
this
New
is not
York
what I want
midnight
to
open.
see.
Let's see. Right now, it's a key moment. If it's going to reverse or not.
Yeah, I wanted to see buyers hold much better. They're not. Well, if we lose this 26 level on ES, then 1410 is on the table.
Asia low now. Not really. I'm not sure about Asia low yet, but definitely possible. Right now, we're sitting at the key level. So New York midnight open can offer a reversal. So I wouldn't be sad to take profit here and not to hold to Asia low. Honestly. Gold is just such a pain. So SPX pretty much done with level I wanted to see. We hit 50% of old RTH gap. Now we need to get some sort of reaction. If it's not going to be weak, it's fine. Just need to get reaction. Back to 75.60 on ES will be nice. Look, profit weekly open. It's fine, trust me.
I like this reaction so far.
Yeah, not bad. Just need to get confirmation. So far, so good. Oh, yeah.
What up?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hey, good morning.
How are you guys?
Hey.
Good. How are you?
We're doing good.
That's good. Happy
What do we got
Monday.
going on? You guys got some positions on? Good. Oops.
I just
Yeah,
longed
tried
ES.
several. I'm
Nice.
flat now.
What about you guys?
I'm long the Dow, which I really like. I mean, I was long a little earlier. I mean, as in like 25 minutes ago, but it's been holding up here as the other indexes are moving lower. So actually, am liking that price action, feeling confident about that. I think there was a headline that spooked the market related to an emergency meeting with Bassett that kind of spooked us out of highs. But I really like where the Dow's holding up here so far. It's the 50% retracement from Friday's low is 52,080. I'm long from 86s right now. So that's what I got going on.
Yeah, looks good to me. Just need to confirm this on ES and Q and should be like nice long on YM.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also willing to take a short. I got my limit order there in the Russell because that was the first market to trade lower. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll try to be on both sides of this market and, take some first targets, and whichever way it works, I'll take. But how was your guys' weekend?
Good.
It was amazing.
That's awesome.
Not long enough.
Not long enough. What?
Yeah.
3 days ain't long enough for you, huh?
No, it
Not
went
long
by
enough. I agree
too
with you.
quick. It really did.
Yeah. What's
I'm
going
trying
on?
to
What are you
look for.
thinking, Stowe?
I want this 42 spot to hold, but that liquidation was pretty gnarly. They bought a lot of it at 35. I don't know. It's kind of building the node right now underneath 42 is holding. I don't know. I'm gonna need to see NQ stop crying up here at and really hold its previous day low. So I guess 620 and 42. I'm trying to not catch the knife. Might leave without me, but I want to at least see some confirmation. There we go. Okay, cool.
So I see like we can bounce right now to 75.50 easily, but 75.58 retest will be even better. So I do like the action from New York midnight open and 2-minute candle closure. Let's see if we're going to test 50 first on ES, and then
I might have missed
58.
it.
You want to long this, right?
I do,
Okay, got it.
but it's telling me that I was too much of a chicken down there at 42 when it was wiggling around. So we'll see.
Chicken. Should have done it. We had a question for you, Stowe.
Yeah. Okay.
So NQ didn't sweep previous week high right before we dropped.
Okay.
Is that a poor high to you?
On the weekly time frame?
No, just like intraday. Like we came at like 10 a.m. We came really, really close to sweeping it. I think previous week high is at 76.
Yeah.
High a day is 67. So we came like 9 points.
Nah, this is great.
That's a good high for you?
This is fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's got a little.
Just explain why, because it's not fine for me.
Oh, sure. Just in the just the way that the book looked here. This was exhaustive. ES also had an exhaustive pop. It didn't quite get to 7,600. It popped and then immediately died off of that. So both of those had exhaustive tops. The delta has reset since this, so I can't show what the delta looked like here, but it was exhaustive. There was a lot of passive selling here, grinding, and then it popped and then got back below it. And this is when this waterfall happened. Also, a seller stepped in here too. So it's fine enough for me is what I would call the high. But that's just intraday.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because on the US short was way easier, in my opinion, at least. Okay, we hit 75.50 now. Let's see. I don't want to get big reaction, but like to see 58 retest. But yeah, definitely, if I was in long now, I would partial at 50. Because we have low resistance liquidity run, we want to aim for first liquidity inside this low resistance liquidity run. At this point, it's always partial. Final TP will be old support or a resistance, so which is 58.50.
Trying to see if the seller's going to step in here or if they're just going to pull off. And Q is also at the same decisive moment.
SPX, nice reaction from my key level. That's exactly what I wanted to see.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue holding these
Hold
these
it.
longs.
Just trail your stop loss. Yeah, that's smart.
Yep. Well, I mean, we're already up 15 points. That was a great reaction off of that
New York
that midnight open. Yeah.
Beautiful reaction.
Yep. Now let's just see what we do with it. But okay, guys, I think that is all for us.
Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Good seeing you guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, have a good day,
bye,
guys.
Ciao.
Good morning, chat. It's Stowe in the chat now.
What's up?
What's up, brother?
Morning, Jack. How are you? Do you have a good Father's Day?
I had a great Father's Day / weekend. I did just about everything. Went fishing, went golfing, spent time with my daughter on top of that, helped my dad out with some things he needed help out. Spent, touched some grass, got out of the city.
Good.
Didn't trade the markets on Friday.
Was it open?
Yeah, I mean, if the futures are open till 1 o'clock East Coast time, I believe, your time zone. I mean, there was super light volume. It was like, I mean, it's just really not worth trading those days, guys. Just go touch some grass. If anybody traded, just remind yourself there's other things to life. You can take a trade any day.
We had a beautiful day here too, so
that's awesome. What'd you get into?
Well, I got sucked into a mulch project from my grandma.
I love that. You know what? I was doing this. I was doing similar. My dad lives on, or my parents live on a lake, and so they had a bunch of weeds that had like blown onto their little beach, and so I was same thing. Yard work. I lifted about 1,000 pounds of sand. Back's a little tight this morning. 50-pound bags or whatever it was. But I like a little physical labor because nothing we do is physical labor. I mean, lifting the finger here and there is about as rough as it gets. So I don't mind it.
No, it's a lot of work to get the I don't know, 8,000 steps in, or like go lift up. Like you really have to try to go to the gym.
Oh no, yeah, you do. I try to walk everywhere. I mean, I drive less than 1,000 miles a year, which is kind of crazy. And that's really just like road trips because I can walk everywhere where I live. Grocery store, like, I mean, I could drive to the grocery store, but like instead of doing one big trip, I just do small ones to get myself out of the house.
Yeah, I like that.
So you gotta get some of those in here shortly. You got anything on right now? You're just flat.
I'm looking at this. I'm trying to watch this 620. The ES is going a little lower.
Yeah, I don't like the way we just rejected here in the YM, but still like the way it held earlier. We kind of came fairly close to my first TP and didn't quite get filled on my Russell short either. So I'm a little in between what I wanna see here. Resistance. I think that level you were saying, seeing if sellers come in the NQ, they did. Or I think you were talking about the NQ or the ES. I'm not sure, but they came in right where you said that. I know that.
Yes, that was NQ. Somebody definitely changed their mind up there bigly, which was annoying because I was not. All right, that's not bad. NQ. We'll see. You can get it back above that 620 now. I can't believe they both traversed the entirety of the range. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I can definitely see at least one more low here. If we, I like 35,000, like 24 level in the NQ. I definitely want to see some buyers step in there, but I mean that gap from Wednesday is pretty far below us. I don't know if we'll get all the way down there today, but definitely could be getting there this week. So we'll see. We'll see here. Or we just range out. I mean, we're 22 minutes away from European session close. But yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Don't even have the chat up. Good morning, chat.
Yep. Yeah, there was, I do think we were up at resistance anyway, but yeah, news that there was a headline about an emergency meeting with Bassett that seems to have lined up with the timing of the selling. Take it for what you want.
Oh, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing my jams. I was like, this feels weird.
Interesting.
There we go.
Nice flash. I got an order in GC right now at 42.11, basically 42.10.9. It's kind of the middle of this range here. I do think it's a little more range bound. Gold is. Let's see here.
Yeah, rejecting this 42. I got to try to pull up I'm going to pull up the high time frame in a second.
Your grandma lived close to you, Stowe?
No. They all live like 3.5 hours north, but it was good. Got to go home, see the old man for Father's Day. I played 36 holes of golf in a row. That was crazy.
Wow.
It was way too many.
Dude, I don't do that anymore. I played 9. Honestly, I'm a 9 guy. I mean, it's, I'll play 18, but 36, I'm out. I got other stuff I want to do in a day than play.
Well, it was
9 hours of golf.
It was an intentional marathon, but oh man. And then they hit me with the mulch project the next day. And so I'm creaking and cracking over here. It's over here somewhere. I got my Tiger Balm.
Tiger Balm, nice. Yeah, I got your aspirin That's funny.
But it was cool. It was like, I've never done that before. And when you get to the last 9, you're like, okay, you really have to try to overcome some shit. Because like my grip is toast. Everything is toast. My mechanics are toast.
Blisters, dude. I'll get blisters at 36 rounds.
Yep.
Although I don't swing the club as fast as I used to because I kind of tore my shoulder. Actually, I got it. This is the dumbest thing ever, but a massage therapist tore my shoulder.
What?
Yeah. She was just jerking me around too hard.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And I'm also just the idiot. She's like, is this too much? I'm like, no, it's fine. Ow, ow. Like,
oh no. 4250. This monthly here is 34. All right. I mean, we have a ways to go. 341. All right. Yeah. I mean, NQ did the thing last night. It bounced right where I was excited for it to bounce at 340. I traded it like an idiot, so it doesn't count for anything. But now it's getting spicy.
this is like middle of the range, I believe, of Friday's action. Not that that matters because, no, not Fridays, Thursdays, maybe.
I hate that the point of control has become the previous day close and the previous day low on NQ. They're just, it likes to do this thing to me where it auctions the levels that I were waiting for reactions at, and so it's like it makes it extremely untradeable. It's maybe 41.25.
Yeah, that type of action where we get that selling, that new high, and then just a cascade run of selling is always a hard trade for me to participate in, just because it's such a quick trend reversal.
Yeah.
And then it's just market order all the way down with like minimal pullbacks. I would say if I were to participate at any point in time in an action like that, my first entry would have been around 1035 on that first green candle on that 5-minute bounce. So I oftentimes will, if we get a new high of the day and then immediately goes to a new low of the day in 25 minutes like it does, I'm probably not in that trade, that short trade. That's a harder thing for me to take.
Come on, 42. There's definitely a buyer. I'm gonna try it.
There's for every contract being sold, there's a buyer. So there's always the same amount of buyers and sellers. Well,
NQ is refreshing the bid.
For every time the market moves, there's a buyer and the seller. It just matters if they're on the bid or the offer on the market side or on the limit side. We'll see. I'll be short. short one index and long the other if we trade a little higher. So
F minus.
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, big mad. What did the chat vote? Bullish. Uh-oh.
I feel like that's the market just goes up. It's two-sided right now. The morning trade was to the upside, and
It's true.
everything past 10 o'clock was to the downside. And now we're kind of just doing nothing.
It's true. What time is it? 11:15. Okay, we got 15 minutes till the Europe close. This interests me right here. This weird, like, nobody wants to party at these two ticks for some reason. This is 39.25, so I'm watching that too. See if they can push past this.
I just realized you are long or
No. Not anymore. I took a 1.5 point stop on that. Just
tight.
It was either gonna go or not.
Yeah.
So it did not.
Keep it light and tight. Did not. Yep.
Yeah, they still don't want to trade that 39.25.
Still favoring this Dow action.
What's the Dow up to?
It just held better as the other indexes were making new lows into 1055. The Dow was just holding where it was. The lows kind of puked out in the YM a little bit before. Let's see what time was that. That was right around. My mouse is too sensitive. Yeah, about 15 minutes before the ES and NQ were making lows, and the Dow did. And interesting thing about this overnight structure, at least we took out off this Sunday night open, we took out Friday's low in the YM, but the other indexes I don't believe did, or at least the ES and NQ didn't. Maybe they did immediately. So I don't know. I just kind of like the way it's set up here, but I got my first target at 52,201s. If we get I'll probably move my stop up just below this low here too, and keep it real tight as this has developed.
There's a sell. Okay. Let's see if they can keep pushing past that. Nope.
Coming close to my GC entry.
Try it again.
Happy Father's Day to all the daddies in the chat. The grandpas.
$42. There's 42. NQ needs to get above the previous day close now, if you don't mind.
All right. About to get short this Russell.
I got one off.
Nice.
Let's see if we can get to the other side. Ah, shoot. Sorry, production position tracker got lost in the shuffle.
Come on. A little bit of front run there for right now for my Russell.
That's a good bit of resting liquidity of 48, and it is gone now. So that sucks. I was hoping to use that as a target.
Yeah, I just missed my short entry there by about a point in the Russell and ended up picking up my GC. Set my timer for this gold trade.
Need to get
The Russell's micro is M2K. Yeah, all indexes have a Russell or a micro. All indexes have a Russell, yes. That makes a whole bunch of sense.
ES is still filling down, but we're stalling out at 30,600 now.
My gold trade's just a support, support middle of the range trade. Basically it's the middle of the range from the European session lows are around there, like 12 o'clock low to high, and kind of just where we've been finding supports. And my bias is based on the action today here in gold, overall bullish. So I'm just picking the lows here, and I'm gonna move my stop up. That stop is a little wider, I think, than it needs to be at this point in time. I don't need to be below.
Okay. Back in again. See if we can hold on to this node. 38.
Thank you, Cosmic.
And keep trying.
Bitcoin's making a run today, eh? I haven't looked at that.
What's it doing? I don't know a single thing about that.
About the futures contract, about what?
About Bitcoin in general.
Well, I don't think I know much about it either. I mean,
are you a crypto person?
No, I mean, it's just a product to me to trade.
Yeah.
I've never spent any time reading that white paper. I remember the last time I despise the fees associated with like Coinbase.
What the craziest thing, like I tried to buy meme coins, and the weirdest part was you're just like, you mean I have to pay money to switch the thing to the thing to the thing?
Yeah.
And then I get the thing?
You dollar to Bitcoin, Bitcoin to Ethereum, Ethereum to MetaMask. You need another account, and then you can buy your monkey photo.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I'm out. I'm out.
Everything I know about like products, anything in general, is that like customer friction is the first thing that you need to be wary of. But it seems like crypto could care less about customer friction.
I mean, like anything, it had a hype cycle, and I'll trade any market if it's moving. I mean, crypto, I don't think really is moving anymore. I don't think it's an attractive asset class. When it was moving, there was a bunch of people who made a bunch of money. And if you're a good trader, you can trade any market. But the problem with and I think this happens to a lot of people get involved in markets in peak cycles, whether it's like, people started stock trading in like the 2021 bull run, or crypto trading during like the bull run of that. And then what happens is they make all of their money trading one direction. And as soon as that direction changes, they think they're smart. They think they know what they're doing, and they lose it all because they just buy pullbacks. They're not taught to do two-sided market trading.
Right.
All right, I'm about to get short here on this Russell, but
okay. Well, I got I got one long off again, so we're back. We're back to the free trade idea. So as opposed to, I didn't call for Dre yet. I don't know if he's warranted because I feel like I'm definitely counter trend at the moment. I need NQ to get out of this thing that it's building down here. And same with the S. I mean, but this is what I would like to hold, and I'm seeing a conversation, so I'll give it a shot. Retrace back into 75, 60. Try to get to a VWAP. Try to get to somebody.
I'm gonna move my stop up below the low here on this YM. I'm getting a little impatient with how long I've been in this trade. My YM trade, it's just kind of gone. It's not moving against me, but it's also just the time of the day. Going into 11:30, I need to be tightening up. And
all right, what have we done here? We ran the overnight high in both. We broke the IB low in both. That's weird. So that's odd. And now we have pulled back to a reasonable place in at least ES. NQ's still doing well compared to its overnight session.
all right, I just blasted out of my YM.
Yeah, I'm getting news candled. And we can't get through this 45 seller. It's okay. Play it for low day. This is what's going to happen. I try to tell myself that on these higher R trades, that being prepared to be stopped out is part of the process.
For sure. I think that goes with every trade. But
yeah,
anytime you're going for a larger multiple, your probability is technically lower.
Yeah. Well, I get into trouble when I try to switch between the two because I have plays for both. And this is lean on the low a day because on a higher time frame, this is a fine place for us to bounce from. But on a lower time frame, like on the intraday, both are trending down and Q can't get off the mat. I wish that it could, but it can't. I'm counting on the Dow, I guess. So when those things happen, when I have a higher time frame thing to play off of, I like to switch to the higher R setups. They mathematically do a little better for me, but I get stuck in my intraday scalper mindset, and I have a hard time switching between the two things mentally.
Yeah. Mark, the question is, how do you guys not see that hourly candle as start of the move down? I mean, what happens 1 hour literally? I just don't automatically assume it's going to happen the next hour. I mean, I am short the Russell here, but I haven't even looked. I don't look at the hourly chart when I'm intraday trading. I look at it at the beginning of the day when I'm doing my analysis, and then I don't look at it.
Yeah, I'd say that. I mean, I don't look at candle shapes at all to judge anything that's going on. But that's just because I just can't read them. It's just a personal problem. But yeah, I know today is is trending down, but I'm trying to catch something on the weekly time frame down here. So I just have a different time horizon than what a look at the previous hour candle and glean from would say.
Meow. Meow. Kitty cat.
Say hi, Rusty. Hello. Good boy. What, are you hungry? This cat pretends that he never eats. Thinks he's starving.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you with the candle shapes. I don't pay too much attention to them.
You can't do that either. Yeah, I just
I
can't.
just don't do it. I don't,
Yeah.
like, I mean, okay, sure. If I get long and there's like a doji candle with high volume, great. I feel great about it. That's good. Is it making an impact on my trading decisions? No. I don't think I've ever I don't see the shape of a candle and decide that I'm going to make a trading decision ever.
Yeah.
I'll see like the width of a candle, like if we increase in relative range, that's something I'll pay attention to. But like, I mean, I'm short this Russell here based off, I mean, no shapes of candles. I mean, maybe it'll form a candle that I like to see post entry. Like, I don't know. I don't even know what they're called, honestly. Like, I know like bullish engulfing, like doji hammer, the basic ones, but
yeah. Shooting star,
tweezer bottom,
Yeah. I think we just have different, you just said the same. You just like, we're just looking at different stuff to see the things that people see in candle shapes. Like if you see, some people are like, oh, this is a great wick on the 15-minute. I'm like, okay, well, I see that. I'm looking at volume thin out on a volume profile or a delta volume profile or something like that. So it's just different.
And the other thing is it could be a combination. Like, I mean, great if you do, but I always think like, okay, like maybe you have a higher time frame resistance level or support level, and then you're seeing candle confirmation. I think candles, if you're good at reading them, can be used in confirmation and confluence with higher time frame analysis. But I don't think, just like most things, almost if you just use them completely independently as your only signal generator, it's more random than it is effective.
Rusty, you're popular. People know you. Are you done? All right. Oh, you want to stay up here? What do you do? There you go. Cats are good for keeping your hands off the keyboard. It's perfect for that.
Nice.
If you have a hard time with clicking the buttons too much, get yourself a cat that likes to be held.
Nice.
Yeah, I hate this trade that I'm in. I now officially despise this trade. Yeah, Jim, maybe you need a cat. Maybe that would keep dang, I can't remember. I can't believe I forgot your dog's name. Don't tell me. It's Napoleon. Maybe that would keep Napoleon in line. Maybe that's what he needs. A cat friend. But he could torture the cat instead of you, would be the cool part. Okay. Okay, market. What are you doing now? Somebody happy? Did we just reverse whatever headline that was?
I don't know. I think it's going to go two-sided. I mean, I like the Russell just because it's higher in the range and it started moving lower first. That's why I'm short the Russell. The other indexes, I mean, I like that there's, I don't know, maybe they pop and flop. I don't think we're going to have a trend day to either side here, so I think you're going to have to be nimble. I mean, we're obviously already or not. Made a move up, made a move down. So pick your side, pick your poison.
Yeah, definitely. The book changed a lot just now as we got through that 44, 45 spot. What was struggling all of a sudden but pulled off. Like a ton of liquidity is gone now, and there seems to be a lot less resistance. Still have a lot of ways to go before I can start to not feel like garbage about this trade, but like NQ needs to get above its previous day low, for God's sake. That would help. It doesn't listen to me. I don't know why I try. But yeah, I agree. It doesn't feel like it's trending just yet. Whenever we spend time on, like, a ton of time on either side of the RTH open like this was a trend day up and now it's a trend day down. Those are always challenging anyway.
Yep.
That's true. You're right, Shep. I have to remember that. All my MGI is based on Friday. Thank you. You're right. To be fair, it's still being a pain in the ass. Matt Smith said should have traded Pax's OR. I think that using the RTH open or the 30-second opening range is a good. I mean, and I have stuff that Pax says in the back of my mind all the time. Like, whatever we get above the 30-second OR, if we get on the other side of it, we have the opportunity to get that same amount. That's kind of playing out right now. I don't use the 30-second opening range, but I do have the print on there, which is often, it's similar. Yeah, that's a good point. I should have used Thursday. I should have marked out Thursday's stuff, but I didn't. Oh, thanks, Mia. I appreciate that. I had fun. I hope it made sense. It was a lot of I don't know. We were talking about how to whatever. Build your edge. I don't know. It's tricky. It's weird to try to communicate that stuff. Teaching things is a lot harder than just doing the thing. So I'm glad you liked it. NinjaTrader, I saw that. It's not today. I missed this morning with Tracy. Jack, is the straight open? I keep meaning to check in.
Don't know. Don't know. I filled up in Wisconsin this weekend. It's $1 cheaper, so I think it's
Hell
open.
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's open in Wisconsin. It's closed in Chicago, according to the gas price difference. But
I'm in a bit of a pickle because they're going to renovate my Costco gas station, so I'm about to stop saving whatever 60 cents, and I'm like, you guys are taking away one of the main reasons that I'm over here. What am I supposed to do? Do I need a Sam's Club membership now?
yeah. Yeah, I know I don't need 45 rolls of toilet paper at a time. So the gas is definitely a key benefit. There's not many things I can consume in Costco sized packages.
Same. And there's lots of stuff I would really like to save the money on, but it's like, I'm going to have to eat this for the rest of my life. Do I really need 30 cans of black beans? Because I don't know.
Because I have them. That's when you gotta have like friends. You're like, I don't know. I mean, I know some people do like, all right, we're gonna buy this as a group, but I'm like, yeah, I don't do that.
My Costco go-tos are Diet Coke, because I can fly through Diet Cokes.
Fair.
And then
what are they even coming? 48s?
35.
30. Oh, interesting.
It might be 36. I'm not sure. 35 36. Or 36. But
36
it's like,
would make sense.
It's a fucking pallet, man. It's huge.
Damn.
And then bubble water, same theory. And spices. I get all the spices. Ooh. Are like really cheap there.
They are. I do have Costco cracked black pepper and what is it called? The cellophane. I have Costco cellophane. I think I've had it for 3 years.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. Any sort of sandwich. God, I go through so many sandwich bags with the kids' lunch. It's just like she burns through those. So yeah, that's key.
All right.
Gallons of ranch. Gross. I'm not a ranch guy.
I can do ranch, but I don't know if I can do gallons of it. You're just putting it on everything. Ranch on your water, ranch on your ranch, ranch on your chocolate.
I can't mess with that stuff right now. Anyway, I got to make my own dressing because I'm counting the things. It's
You on a diet? You on a daddy diet?
Yeah, I'm on a dad diet for sure. I got to lose 20 pounds. I got to lose 25 pounds to 20 pounds is the plan. So I'm in a deficit and I'm lifting and I'm walking on the incline. I'm doing all the things. Even though that guy got canceled, I'm still continuing to read that book because I'm too cheap to.
Yeah, you can't buy another one. Just finish it.
It's part
just like cross his name out the front. Don't read it in public.
It's an OCD thing too, because I'm like, well, I started it. If I don't finish it, it's going to sit there in my brain forever that I didn't finish it.
I understand that. We won't cancel you, Stowe.
All right, thank you.
All right, I might pick up the why I'm long again. I got out of that. Seems like the wrong time, but it's the only thing that's trending up on my index scan currently. I think. Let me double check that. Yep. Only thing. So I will look for.
Forget about Georgia. Yeah, buyers piling into ES right now. I hope that they are true. This is all healthy and good. Reaction out of this low. Sure took me a couple times to get into it, but I'm happy I got 20 points to the good now. We'll see what happens at VWAP and IB low though. Back to the previous day close and above previous day low, and so is ES. So is NQ for now. So I like this. I mean, we left a ton of volume up here. This would be quite the double distribution day. I don't think ES moves NQ. I think NQ moves ES. I think that ES is in my brain, ES is the passive in those two things. Like NQ does what it wants, Russell does what it wants, Dow does what it wants, and ES is kind of the sum of all three of those parts. And so when they're all partying together, ES can party in a straight line, but when they're not, ES gets tugged around a little bit. That's how I view it. That's the metaphor I have for it in my brain. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's how I think about it. I don't know if just eating once a day would be healthy. I don't really. I usually eat like twice a day. Plus, I got my healthy ice cream snack too now. So I hope so, Omni. I hope that's the low. Sure took me a while to get in it. If I eat once a day, what the hell am I going to do with the rest of my day? Just not do anything. It's also harder with kids because like kids have to eat all the time.
Yeah.
So you're like, I don't know. I'm not on an island doing this. I have to exist in the world. Let's go. A little bit.
Be flipping out of this, Russell. Here it has been 25 minutes and not doing what I want it to, so just took it off.
Nazar says, where will you be looking to add to this position? I don't know if I want to. I think that one lot is fine for this idea. And I'm going to get out of it as soon as I want to get out of it. It might be right now. It's close. I would like to get to RTH. So, we're coming up against these lows from overnight. Previous day high, kind of next spot. I'm sorry. And also, Chap is right. That's a dumb reference because that's from a holiday day. But just anyways, this spot where all these wicks are and this previous spot that it tried to bounce here at 70, maybe get up there. But this might be all we get. NQ is kind of coming down. See, this isn't. I'm going to see if it bounces here off this stuff. And this is the -1. This is going to help the cause for ES. But right now, we have built a big node down here. There's an okay low on it. So I guess I'm mostly watching NQ to see when I'm going to get out of my ES trade.
NQ really struggling.
Yeah. See if they can push past this. What we're going to do here.
Let me get short the ES here. Definitely divergence there. New high in the ES, no new high in the NQ.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I like what you're up to. Good entry. Good entry.
Well, yeah, I mean, literally, it's just like, for me, that push into new highs in the ES and then the immediate rejection, no new high in the NQ is, I felt safe in that sense of just having it stop basically right above this high. It's kind of one of those things that this is one of those trades that's right or right out kind of thing. And it seems to be, there's my first target here. So,
ooh, so mad. New low on NQ.
Average true range expansion there as well, guys, which is something I'll be going over in my lesson on Friday. It's basically a 50% increase in the average true range.
You doing Friday?
Oh no, I'm sorry, Thursday. Who am I?
I just wondered, you're doing this week?
Yep, this week, Thursday. Did I say Friday? I'm losing track of time. Just also had a bear bar here, so we'll see. Got a third off pretty quick, which is what I like to see. And then we'll hold the rest for potential new lows. Definitely want to see us crack through that 75.35 in the ES. But it could just be more range. I mean, the time of this trade, not ideal, kind of right at the beginning of lunch. But we'll see.
ES left a lot of holes in the DOM on the way down just now. I did put one more on at 41.50. So I'm back to 2 lots now. Let me find one of these holes. We'll put it at, I guess, 50 as a whole. See if we get a quick reaction out of this. Or it just piles back on.
One of the things I always like to pay attention to is that's the first ATR expansion we've had since this morning, which was typically the opens always have average range expansions because you're going from the low volatility pre-market session to, obviously the open, which is an increase.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. So this is really kind of the first one here. Oh, let me actually move. I forgot this window is on the left side of my screen. Move it over here. This is my current position.
Ooh, Jim.
Hey, guys.
What's up, brother?
Happy belated, Jim.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, homie.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. I'm literally, well, you too, by the way,
Thank
Jack
you.
and Stowe.
Thank you. Yeah, bunch of daddies over here.
I know. I'm still waiting for the next level, though.
Nah.
I told both my boys $20,000 bounty per grandkid,
Love that.
Whoa!
Love that.
regardless of your marital status. Just
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Oh, that's great.
And my little one says, "Well, Dad, you probably owe me 60 grand by now." Oh my God.
That's hilarious.
It is. But you know what? Oh, by the way, we do Thursday. It's me and you, Jack, on Develop Your Edge, right?
That's right. I'm getting ready for it.
It's going to be awesome. 4 to 5 p.m., everybody. Jack's going to take questions. We're doing it again. We did Stowe last week. It was awesome. If you guys haven't seen it, go back to the channel, replay it. It was really, really good. Stowe walked us through
thanks, bud.
VWAP and all of this volume profile and all this stuff. It was really awesome. So thank you for that, Stowe. Appreciate you.
Sure. I'm glad it was okay. I was nervous.
Oh, yeah. That's going to have a shelf life forever. It's so good. And Jack's going to be the same way. So we're pumped up about it. These are really good sessions. We'll keep them rolling on Thursdays at 4 o'clock.
I hate this again. Here I am, back here hating this trade.
Jim, I ate a pint of ice cream the other day, and I was thinking about your father. Is this how I make it to 90? And I just woke up feeling like shit. I was like, no way.
I know. I can't do it either.
I woke up feeling like shit.
When you're 84, you're bail tested, man. Anyway, you guys are both still in positions. What? Let's start. Stowe, what's your game plan for finishing this out?
I don't know. I don't know, Jim.
Just wait it out.
I want to be long here. It can't like it was just super aggressive short that got us back down here. Just this push here. There's lots of holes in the DOM on ES to fill. But the longer the NQ stays at this low, the more I hate this low. So I don't know. My confidence is dwindling in it in general. So I might, yeah, I'm probably out if this gets stopped. Would I have a 3-pointer on there?
Got it. Jack, how about you, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, short ES here. Saw the divergence between the NASDAQ and the S&P. Hit my first target. Set a timer for 25 minutes, of which I got 18 left. When that goes off, I'll move my stop to either break even, take it off. If I have that second bit of my position off, I'm not sure if I will or not. That target is down at 75.30 with final targets at 75.12.75. But in 18 minutes, if I do not have my second target, I'm either going to move my stop to break even or take the position off. I do think, given the time and so far the tight range here that we've basically had since 11 o'clock, I'm not too interested in carrying anything too long. If I got a little bit on the table, I'm locking it in or I'm moving my stop to break even at worst. So that's
18 minutes is about 12:15.
Yeah, it's going to be about 12:15. So that'll be 25 minutes basically from my entry.
So hang on though, is it just a general 25 minutes from your entry, or are you using that 12:15 as a magic time?
It's just 25 minutes from my entry. I mean, that just happens. I just clicked this timer once I got in the trade, and sometimes it lines up exactly with a candle or whatever. But sometimes plus or take a couple minutes, but like within that 5-minute bar, so that 12:15 5-minute bar, I'll be making that decision.
Awesome. All right. Well, great job, you guys, as usual. Appreciate you. Let's give these two a well-deserved round of applause. And one last thing to Stowe. I was a little worried Sunday watching the Pirates.
Dude, I told you, man. The thing about, real quick. The thing about the Pirates, you see them go into those situations where they should definitely be winning that series. That's the series where all of a sudden the bats dry up. I mean, two of those Rockies games were the lowest scoring games at that stadium this year. One was 2-1 and one was 4-3, I think. Yeah. That's nuts for Coors. Yeah, but I mean, that's the shit that happens. So since I've been watching this team for a long time, I have the spidey sense of the jinx as it begins to settle.
That's why I came to you. That's why I came to you this weekend asking you what you thought.
Yep. Yeah, Jim was like, Pirates for the win, right? I was like, bro, I don't know, man.
I didn't do it.
I saved you on that one.
Oh, you did. Well, I appreciate you guys as usual. Thanks again. I'm going to hop in and do a quick edge report. I will talk to you guys soon.
All right, thanks, Jim. Bye, Jack.
Later. Good to see you. Take care, chat.
Those guys are great. Gold. I got a weekly chart here, but I have the commitment of traders up here right now, which an initial inspection isn't that interesting. But if you think about it a little bit, it might be. Now, the blue histogram bars, remember, weekly candle right now. The blue histogram bars are the large speculators, and then the red are the hedgers. And if you just kind of go back in time, the specs are always almost long, right? And the hedgers are commercials, you can call them either way, are mostly always really short. At least for a long period of time, they have been that way. And I'm talking a very long period of time. So, but the difference is in magnitude, right? We see these peaks here, these higher peak swings on the net long positions as an example, and then it cut off a little bit, so a little bit less short So when I look at this report every week, I want to see how much of a change happened week over week, and not only that, what's its relationship with peaks? What's its relationship to peaks and valleys? And you can see it's been a steady state all the way across, right? And then the same with the specs, steady state all the way across. So not a lot of changes, not a lot of movements yet in this market. But the one thing that is interesting is from peak here, let's just pick this the week of January 16th, down, you just fast forward 3 weeks, and you'll see a drop off right here. And it is kind of corresponding with the sell off a little bit, right? So there's a little bit of that, a little less enthusiasm for longs. There's still enthusiasm for longs, but less enthusiasm for longs. So that's kind of takeaway number one. On this chart itself, on the weekly, nice fitted trend line from the top here. You could argue that maybe we're getting close to a double bottom here if you really think this week swing low right here on the week of March 27th was significant. I kind of do. That creates a descending triangle, right? And what do we say about descending triangles? Forget about what the book says, a breakout up or breakout down. I'm just going with a breakout one way or the other. So we'll see if that kind of continues or not on the weekly. Daily, now, I had to add a second standard deviation band to the yearly anchored VWAP. And Anthony turned me on to this, and I love this. That's that white line here. That's that anchored volume weighted average price for the year. This is how awesome NinjaTrader software is, by the way. First standard deviation band is highlighted in kind of a light gray color. We've been trading well below that. We were just walking along it for a long period of time, starting in the middle of May. Then we broke back down, and the VWAP didn't follow right away. Remember, this is a long calculation. Instead, I had to add the second lower standard deviation band, or some people call it -2. And that's that orange line right here. And now we're sitting on it, a little worried about it, right? And we closed below it a couple times, pop back up above it. This is my range now. This is where I'm looking at to see if I'm bullish or bearish. And right now I'm kind of bearish. Even though we have a green candle today, that second standard deviation band is arcing down. It's acting as a guide. So I'm going to keep that up on my daily candle chart going forward. Intraday, let's look 2 days in a row, right? This is today, this is previous session. And you can see a little bit of a change in the volume profile. The point of control has shifted upward, right? It was at 4170-ish. Now it's all the way back up to 4215, spot 2. So it is moving up, a capital P-shaped distribution. And so far, up until the second, the 0 DTE put support has really been a nice area of interest at 4,200. It's just below the initial balance of the U.S. When the U.S. bell rang. Now, look at these moving averages in the VWAP. They're all converging together, right? It's turning into a bowl of spaghetti right now, but they're turning down. And we have a little bit of a red candle here. We're testing prices below that 0 DTE put support. If this test is successful, then maybe we could see that 1 day min at 41.85, or the pivot at 41.88, or even this, the Globex Open, or the Globex Close rather, 61.72 are in play. Alternatively, if it holds, which the value area of the volume profile suggests it should, if it holds, then we got that point of control as a target back up, as well as R1 a little bit above that, 42.23 and 42.31 for previous sessions highs. So this is a real important level where we're at right now, 4,200. It's a round number. It's an even number. It's a psychological number. So we'll see how it goes. We'll take a peek at this again when we start at 2 o'clock. This afternoon, we do have regular start with Shai doing her afternoon update, which is awesome. And then, drum roll please, Joey, XYZ, and Nick are joining us to trade the close. So it's going to be fantastic. Fantastic afternoon. Appreciate everybody coming and listening to us. The folks in the chat, thank you. Appreciate the subscriptions and the thumbs up. You guys are the best. Thank you. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and hopefully we'll see you this afternoon.